Members of the committee, please take your seats. We are going to start the meeting. Members of the committee, please take your seats. We are going to start. We do have a quorum. I'm calling this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 17th meeting of the License Standards Committee. Also, I would like to extend a warm welcome to members of the public and those watching live online or TV. As usual, I would like to remind everyone that you can find the agenda for today's meeting and follow the meeting in real time at www.toronto.ca/council. For those of you who are in the committee room with us, and we have a TV screen in the back where you can follow in real time the updates on the agenda and what's coming up next. The Licensing Standards Committee gratefully acknowledges that we are meeting in the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, or the Haudenosaunee and the Huron-Wendat, and home to the many diverse indigenous peoples. Any conflicts of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act to be declared? Seeing none, can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of January 13, 2017? Councilor Burnside. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Okay, we have a list of speakers, and that's in the green sheet on item LS 17.1. That's Toronto's new bylaw for apartment buildings. So we have speakers on that one. And also in terms of communications, we have a communication from Vice Chair Councilor Karygiannis, and that's to impose a moratorium on the issuance of new nightclub licenses. We are going to hold this communication for now, and I'm going to ask the clerk to distribute that to the members of the committee so you'll have an opportunity to read, and then that will be introduced as part of the agenda at the end of the meeting.
So on number 2, did we get to number 2 yet?
No, I didn't get to that.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'd like to hold that.
So now we are going to go briefly over today's agenda, and we have the first item. I'm holding the first item because we have a list of speakers. And item number 2, Councilor Nunziata wants to hold that one, so both items are being held. So with that, let's get on to the action. The speakers. So in terms of speaking time, you have 5 minutes to speak, and you have a clock in that right-hand corner from here and also in the back, and you have 5 minutes to speak. And I'll start with Laurie Simpson, Chair of the Western Accord, that's the Association of Community Organizations for Reform. And now, Laurie.
Until 6 this morning, but Jerry Stevens is here from East York Acorn.
Good morning. Good to have you here. If you are kind enough, we don't have Laurie Simpson here with us,
no.
But you are speaking on her behalf?
Yes.
And your name once again, please?
I'm Andrew Marciniak. I'm second on the list, and this is Jerry Stevens from East York.
Oh, Andrew, okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Are you going to make the presentation together?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
So you have up to 10 minutes if you like to. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Jerry Stevens. I'm co-chair for East York Acorn, and I've been co-chair since 2014. I've been member since 2011. Tenants have been waiting a very long time for their rights to be respected and enforced safe housing, affordable housing, decent housing, healthy housing, and we're still waiting. I live at 500 Dawes Road, and I've lived there since 2011. And my vacation last month to Guatemala with my parents was interrupted by news that another murder had been committed in my building at 500 Dawes Road. It's not my building. It's not my home. I live there. But on ODSP, it's the only place that I can afford to live. It's not my home. It's a hellhole, and that's why I joined ACORN. That's why I'm an active ACORN member, is to improve conditions for tenants like myself who live under the thumb of a slumlord. I personally feel abandoned, cut loose, ignored, swept under the rug by the city sometimes, and law enforcers sometimes. The city is not powerless, law enforcers are not powerless, but tenants often feel powerless. Although I am optimistic, albeit cautiously, and I speak on behalf of ACORN, that with the implementation of this bylaw, tenants can be insured and assured that living conditions will improve. ACORN has been fighting for more than 12 years for days like this, and unless tenants are engaged, they might never know who to call for assistance. For example, a broken stove. Some of our members still don't know that they can call the city, 311. They're afraid of their landlords. They're afraid to contact law enforcement because often they're met with resistance, disdain, or just lack of understanding. So we're asking, please be serious about tenant engagement. Person to person, building to building is far more effective than, say, a bus shelter ad. Again, this bylaw is the best action the city can take for tenants, and ACORN will be working every day with you, as we have for more than 12 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Great. So we have questions, visiting members of council. Councilor Davis, 5 minutes.
Thanks for coming, Jerry. You highlighted the need to have active tenant engagement, and I'm wondering how you see that happening. What are the kinds of things we should be doing?
I think we should be continuing in the way that community associations have been doing tenant engagement for years, and that's door to door, boots to the ground, flyering, meeting person to person, calling organizations like ACORN. I've worked actively with counselors, with tenants in my building and other buildings, and I can honestly say that they've enlightened. We've enlightened hundreds, if not thousands, of tenants in the 5 years plus that I've been with ACORN, just from knocking door to door, meeting in lobbies, holding actions, meeting with counselors and other community organizations, our allies. And I'm so proud that we have allies on City Council.
And so we should be continuing to work with organizations, both the organizations themselves and with tenants on the ground, in advance of doing audits or in advance of initiating any changes.
I would agree with that, not precluding audits. I would say tenant engagement is a #1 priority at this point, because we do have many tenants who don't speak the language, and they need to be advised of their rights, and that an audit will be undertaken in the building or in neighboring buildings. And the only way to do that is to do door knocking, to set up hotlines.
Yeah, on-site.
Correct.
outreach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Thank
We've worked
you.
together, and it's
Yes.
been effective.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Janet.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Daryl Chung, President and CEO of the Greater Toronto Apartment Association.
Thank you.
Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Chair Palacio, committee members, visiting councilors. My name is Daryl Chung. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. As you know, the association is an association of apartment owners and managers that own and manage over 150,000 units of apartment buildings in the city of Toronto. As you know, GTA's members have some serious concerns about this registration bylaw and process, but it should also be said that we've had some positive experiences working with staff and members of this committee. We recognize that the city has taken the decision to implement this program, and we are committed to working with you to make that is done in a fair and equitable way and delivers on what we believe should be our common goals of improving the overall quality of rental housing in Toronto. Our members have reviewed the proposal before you today, and we have two concerns. That the first is in regards to requirements to post information. The draft bylaw would create many new categories of mandatory information that must be posted in public fashion. Generally, we support efforts to better inform and educate tenants about their rental experience. We have some concerns that some requirements actually go too far in sensitive matters. In regards to the requirement to post management documents on the bulletin board, we supported measures to inform tenants about important matters like service disruptions, and our members mostly already do this. We would like to work with staff to ensure that the burden of what is required to be posted does not become excessive. In regards to pesticides, we recognize that it serves the public interest to have some details posted. We're concerned that these postings not become a source of stigma for either tenants or for the building itself. We look forward to working with staff to develop reasonable disclosure protocols to ensure that the type and volume of information that is posted gets the right balance, and trust that there will be sufficient flexibility in the bylaw to give staff some discretion. Moving forward, there's an importance in recognizing the CRB program. Toronto already has a functioning standard for rental buildings. It's very similar to what the city is proposing. Over 400 of the total of the 3,500 buildings are already CRB certified. GTAA and our partners at FERPA are committed to harmonizing the CRB program with the city standards. When we are able to demonstrate that we have achieved that equivalence on a true apples-to-apples basis, we believe it would be in the public's interest for this program to be eligible and accepted as an equivalency. We've had extensive discussions with staff about this and understand that it will involve expanding our existing program to achieve this equivalence with this proposed city standards. We want to ensure that staff have the flexibility for such recognition to be implemented as soon as possible. My colleagues from FERPL are here and will provide some additional information. In closing, we hope that the eventual outcome is a recognition that not all owners and operators are the same, and that the good housing providers are valued partners of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. And we have some questions for you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for coming once again. I just wanted to understand better what information you think should not be disclosed to the public.
Oh, in regards to, part of it were the management documents, the bulletin board. If you go through it very carefully, line by line, it looks like this bulletin board's getting very, very large. The notice board, I mean.
Well,
There's a number of different documents. Some of them are sensitive business practices in terms of capital plans and things like that. What's probably not abundantly clear is it's very competitive, the business of attracting tenants. And
that's what I'm asking. What are the things that you think are not appropriate to be disclosed publicly?
some of the details in regards to the capital plan. It's showing your business plan to your competitors across the street.
Okay. And Is that it?
Oh, you want me to go through, in regards to the pesticides? We're concerned that there could be stigmatization for tenants and buildings.
So it is explicit that units would not be identified.
Right.
So you're saying that
It says
wouldn't want
location.
the public to know that you are treating, or don't you want your tenants to know that you've got a treatment plan for the building?
All buildings have a routine pest management treatment plan, whether they see things or not. It's just part of the routine. It's the best practice to have the pest control companies come in and do preventative medicine, if you will. And so there's no issues of pests in those buildings, but the fact that we were listing pest control gives the insinuation that there are pests in the buildings. Do you understand? So we say we're treating, and
Right.
people automatically conclude that, oh, there must be a problem here.
Well, I certainly, if I lived in a building, would like to know if 10 or 25% or 50% of the units were being treated specifically for certain things like bed bugs. If I lived there, I'd want to know. Don't you think that's fair?
Well, so the report doesn't say, doesn't say the specific location or unit is identified,
Right.
but you're asking for a percentage?
Yeah, like a report that says, okay, we have had X number of requests for bed bug treatment in X number of units, and we've treated this year, whatever, like a record of your treatment protocols, and then some element of that posted. Yeah,
I don't know what the answer is to that. I just think that we should be able to speak to staff to figure out a set of protocols that that don't create any sort of negative stigma, especially in the cases where it's just ongoing preventative maintenance.
okay, so let me go to the second issue you raised, which had to do with your own CRB standards or self-regulation.
Yes.
Do you think it's fair to call it self-regulation? I think it,
I don't know if it's self-regulation. It's something that was created by the industry to serve its members. It's audited by third-party independent auditors.
okay. You said you want to make sure that if we do this, it's apples to apples, and you'd have to expand what you do. So what would that be?
Yeah, so staff has basically said that they would consider this only if it was apples to apples. Right now, we do things, and my colleagues from the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario are speaking right after me. They have more details. It is their program. There are some things that we cover that the city doesn't, such as human rights, AODA, things like that. There's some things that the city covers that we don't currently cover in regards to some structural elements that we can easily incorporate into our program, so that we cover exactly what the city covers, plus more, including...
Property standards violations? Property standards?
There's some structural items that the city measures that we don't currently measure in the CRB program.
No, but we have the entire property standards bylaw that we inspect and enforce.
Yes,
Are you suggesting you're capable of doing that?
yes.
Really? And under what governing legislation would that be?
I don't understand the question.
Well, we have legislation, and with it comes enforcement protocols, et cetera. And fines and,
Do you mean, how would we apply the bylaw?
yeah. What is the governing applicable law that would be in force if you were to actually enforce the property standards bylaw?
I still don't get the question, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Thanks.
Any further questions? No? Councillor Marlowe, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chong. Late last year, as we were working on having this motion and now bylaw approved at City Council, you may remember your organization funded an AstroTurf campaign to deliberately misinform tenants suggesting that there was going to be something called an apartment tax, and you used what now often is referred to as alternative facts that were manipulative and dishonest. You're here today saying that you want to be a partner and contribute in a positive and productive way to the success of this program. May I have your commitment that the behavior that was witnessed late last year will not reoccur, and that if we are to debate, we will debate based on facts and evidence and truth in an honest and sincere way, rather than what was in that literature that was sent out to doors late last year?
We will work in an honest and transparent way.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councillor Burnside, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think where Councillor Davis may have been going with her question is, so if you have your organization, and someone doesn't comply, because I think we all want compliance, that's the goal, right? So no one cares if they comply. If they don't comply, then what's your recourse?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, if they don't comply, they don't get certified.
So then they would be back in the city system, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
It's the way you envision it?
Yes, so
Okay.
what we're saying is, for the cream of the crop, for the best buildings that are certified, you probably don't have to spend a lot of time there. And I know getting to 3,500 buildings on an annual basis for your staff is really going to stretch their resources.
Yeah, well, that's our problem. We can figure that out. But, okay, so that's my first question, so thank you. My second question is, you said you didn't want capital improvements on the board?
We're not exactly sure what details are required. In previous iterations, this included the 5-year capital plan, lots of financial details and things like that. In the industry, we compete with the landlords across the street and down the road, and you spend capital as you think you need to spend capital. You don't necessarily want to show your competitors where you're spending your money.
Oh, okay, I don't want to be argumentative here, but what's the vacancy rate in the city of Toronto?
The availability rate's about 3%. The vacancy rate is about 1.6, I believe. But vacant means it's vacant in the middle of the month. You could move in today.
Right, so
But available means on the first of the following month it'll be available, so it's close to 3.
So is competition your biggest issue?
Competition.
Like, you're saying this is an issue that if someone
It's
across the road knows you're going to fix your balcony within 5 years, that would be a problem.
There's
Is that
some
really a problem?
There's some proprietary business details involved in a capital plan. But we can sort out what's disclosed and what's not. It's just the way it's worded, it's hard to determine.
Yeah, fair enough. But but from the public's perspective, and if competition really were, as you say it is, would that not be, as a counselor, from my perspective, would that not be a good thing? Because if your competitor across the street saw that you're fixing your elevators or replacing your elevators, that might prompt them to do the same thing.
It could be good.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. And Councillor DiGiorgio, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Darrell, you mentioned of the 3,500 apartment buildings, 400 received a certain credit rating. Who establishes that credit rating?
It's the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario, FRPO for short, has a certified rental building program that they've created. It's been in existence since about 2008. The next two speakers are going to give you some more details. Currently, there are about 400 buildings of the 3,500 that are contemplated in this bylaw, 10 units or more, 3 stories or higher, that are certified. And it's a third party.
Is it your position and the Federation's position that as far as the city applying their resources to look at the 3,500 buildings with a view to rating them, that perhaps we should prioritize the remaining 3,100 first before we look at the 400 that are credited?
I think that'd be a good idea. I do believe that staff want to get to all 3,500 buildings this year, but priority would probably be best suited with the other buildings.
And is it also your position that once that initial visit to the 3,500 buildings occurs, that in fact we set up categories for buildings that are deemed to be credited and versus buildings that are not
I believe
very
that,
low status.
yes, Councillor, I believe that's the plan that staff have outlined. I think they want to do a cursory review of all the buildings and then create some sort of priority list based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. Any other questions? If not, I may have a couple questions. And how many buildings do you have within the Federation of Rental Housing of Ontario?
Pardon me, sir?
How many buildings do you have?
In CRB buildings? I think there are about 400 out of the 3,500.
About 400. And that would be what the percentage of the total number of buildings that we have in City of Toronto?
About
10,
15% maybe, 12, 15%?
Okay. So you were mentioning about comparing apples to apples in terms of the providing service that you have and with the certified rental building program and what the new bylaw is calling for. So my question to you is, in terms of working together to harmonize for example, the MRAP program that we have in relation to the certified rental building program that you have. So my question to you is, and you are very aware of the programs that we have under the three Toronto property standards, and that's with the municipal code, what the rules are there, and what do you have on the other side? In terms of working together, perhaps to maximize the level of input and make things better for everyone. What would be the approach?
Yes, absolutely. I think working together would be the best way to approach this. Staff did come by and visit with us last year, and they've said much of what they've built this regulatory bylaw around comes from our best practices in the certified rental building program. Not much of it, but some of it.
A lot has been said in terms of good landlords and bad landlords. And I understand that you have a number of buildings and, of course, with different ownerships there. What's the approach that you will take whenever you have a landlord that probably does not comply with whatever requirements, let's say pest control, and all of a sudden, one of your buildings becomes the target for an auditing. So I'm trying to figure out, in terms of working together, in terms of what's been proposed within the new bylaw in relation to what you have and within the certified rental program that you have. How can...
Yeah, the best practices and education or educating operators or owners that aren't using the best practices is usually the best way to fix things. Sometimes it just takes some refreshing or some clear and simple instruction on how to remedy situations or prevent situations from occurring.
Now, I think that we have come a long way from the initial conversations that we had actually in this committee meeting room. And I'm referring to the comments of my dear colleague, Councillor Marlowe, and also in relation moving forward, working together, and in a more proactive way. As a willing stakeholder to work with the city, would you be prepared to work with the city and to hopefully to come back with some recommendations that will create a win-win? If so, when would you like that to be done?
Yes, we'd welcome the opportunity to continue working as a respected stakeholder of the city, and we'd like to start working as soon as possible.
And that means
As soon as staff are available.
the city is recommending that to come back with a report in a year's time or 2 years' time. So what does it mean to your request? In a year's time, 2 years' time?
Even less, I think. I think there's going to be a bit of a process. They want to launch this in July for, I guess the deadline is sometime in October. But as soon as possible, I suppose.
Okay, Mr. Chang, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move to the next deputant. And we have Jim Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Good morning.
councilors.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Are you going to make the presentation together?
With me is Ted Whitehead, who's our Director of Certification. So we're going to do, like the first speakers, we're going to combine our
You have 10
presentations.
minutes. Please go ahead.
Save perhaps a little bit of time. My name is Jim Murphy, and I'm the President and CEO of the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario, or FRPO, as our acronym is known. And with me is Ted, who's the Director of Certification for our association. FRPO represents rental housing providers across Ontario. We have 2,200 professional members who manage over 300,000 rental homes across the province. The past year or so has seen city consultations that have resulted in the bylaw that is before you today. Our key message today is that moving forward, we want to work with the city and with you in this committee in implementing a bylaw that is effective as possible and providing quality rental housing in the City of Toronto. We'd like to do this in two ways. First, in terms of clarifying provisions in the bylaw. Daryl, the predecessor speaker, spoke about some of those. Our members, for example, have raised issues around privacy concerns in terms of posting of information and how that might affect information the city is seeking or wanting to post publicly. But secondly includes, and you talked about this previously, the previous speaker, some sort of recognition of our certified building program, the CRB, that our association created nearly 10 years ago. In a previous committee meeting, Ted provided an overview of the CRB program, including its standards and compliance requirements. The program was also, you'd be interested to know, recently adopted by the province of British Columbia, and Peel Living, which is the regional municipality next door, in terms of their housing authority, is a member of the CRB program. We would welcome the opportunity to work with city staff to harmonize our CRB guidelines and standards with those proposed in the bylaw to improve overall tenant experience and maximize the city's resources. We would include sharing the results of CRB independent third-party audits. I noticed there's communication from Councillor Matlow, and I appreciate that communication, where it's mentioned perhaps doing this by 2018, and we're suggesting that it be no later than the second quarter of 2018, and I believe city staff is agreeable to that. The CRB program includes over 50 standards and hundreds of various compliance requirements that provide tenants with a quality assurance alternative when selecting their home. Today in the city, roughly 425 buildings of the 3,500 buildings identified in the staff report are part of the CRB program. Our CRB program includes a code of conduct and mandatory third-party audits, which are undertaken by J.D. Power. In discussions with staff and with many of you, we've indicated our willingness to ensure that the CRB program and the proposed bylaw are apples to apples. That's a phrase that's used by your city staff. Working with the city, we are committed to that. While we have some areas to add to the program, there are also components of our CRB program that are not in the city bylaw, including human rights, employee education, and environmental operating standards. You'll be interested to know that on the latter two, we've been working with the city's Tower Renewal Group through Tower and Neighborhood Revitalization Project, and they've attended many of our announcements of buildings that become CRB certified. We want to work with you and city staff to see ways that the CRB program can be recognized within the bylaw. In many ways, these buildings are the best of the best. And as was indicated in the previous speaker, I think the city really wants to focus on those buildings, many of which you know, that requires the attention that's outlined in the bylaw. The CRB buildings are seen to already see enhanced tenant communication and improved building standards, and we want to maintain that and provide some recognition for those responsible landlords that have made the investment. Working together, we can ensure that bad buildings which require attention in the city receive that attention. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and Ted or I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And we have questions for you. Councillor Davis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I just wonder what provisions in here are things that you don't agree with, and what are they that are different than are in your CRB?
Well, I guess they're two separate things. And are you talking about the bylaw in terms of specific to the bylaw or the program? Sorry. Specific to the bylaw, there's some privacy issues, just clarification that many of our members have raised in terms of the information the city's requesting, and that privacy concerns and privacy legislation be adhered to in terms, for example, like phone numbers or emails, all these sorts of information. Is that posted publicly? Where is that available? There are privacy laws in the country and the province in terms of that. So that's an issue that our members have just raised a question about in terms of providing that information. And then I would go back to some of the comments that the GTAA also raised about, information that's posted. We have no problem with doing that. We do that through our CRB program in terms of information, but it's the way it's done and how it's done.
So I'm trying to get at the differences. You're saying the CRB is as good as or could be offered as an alternative to
Yes.
what's being proposed. And I'm trying to understand what is it in here that we are requesting or that you would, that is either in excess of what you do or is different from what you do
Three
that you
things.
object to.
We don't object to it. We're trying to seek a recognition of the program within the bylaw. And so we want to work with the city
So
to meet those standards and for them to provide some recognition.
what is it that you think
There's three
is
things.
problematic about the bylaw? I'm still
There's
not
not-
understanding it, other than I hear privacy, phone numbers.
Right.
I heard second capital, confidential business information, but what are the other things?
I would just go back to what Daryl said. I mean, we're trying to focus on our CRB program to receive some sort of recognition in that regard.
I understand that.
Okay. But,
So if your program is good.
Yep.
And it's going to meet our standards, and you're already doing this, what's the problem?
well, the city proceeded with this process, and at a meeting about a month ago, we wanted to seek some sort of recognition of the program, which wasn't necessarily in there. We had been meeting with the city and staff throughout the course, I guess, of the last year,
So-
and there were presentations made. So it's trying to, and Councillor, there are three things that we are committed to doing, and the staff has said that they will meet with us to go over these things. The first is a graffiti bylaw that we have to include in the CRB program. The second is related to the weeds bylaw, the lawn and weeds bylaw, and the third is related to the building standards. So I don't know if you want to add, those are the
Property
three
set.
things.
So you're saying that you could completely replicate the same program of the city, and that we should simply let you self-regulate?
Well, what we're seeking
that
to
right?
is to have discussions with your city staff to see that they are comfortable with the program. This is a good program. It's been around for 10 years. And so we're trying, and they really are the best of the best in terms of the buildings that are out there. I know Councillor Matlow has been to some buildings in his ward, and there, I think, is a difference
Give
between
me
those.
some names of buildings in my ward that meet your CRP.
We have that.
Ward 31.
We can provide you with that. We can provide you with that. I don't have it with me exactly today, but we can provide you with that.
Okay. So I still am struggling. If your program meets the same requirements as what we're asking for, then why would you not be able to just step into this regulation and it will be easy for your buildings? When you say you want it recognized,
Right.
what does that mean? You want it to replace what we're doing?
Yeah, and I mean, that's part of the discussion
Yes.
we have to have with city staff. That's the discussion in terms of what is the city staff comfortable with in terms of saying this program exists. City staff and you want to focus on the bad buildings that are out there. We have 10 to 15% of the buildings in the city that are part of this program that meet many requirements, 80% of which are in the city bylaw. So we want to have that discussion because, as was said earlier, there's not infinite resources. You want to make sure that the bylaw is enforced. You want to make sure that the bylaw is meaningful. So we want to work with you in that, and we have a program that provides a lot of that. And so we just want recognition of that program with city staff.
What does recognition mean? Reduce fees? You want to reduce fees?
It could be. Those are discussions we have to have with city staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Chair, Councilor Kajan, is your next.
Thank you, Chair, through you Just through you to the deputy, and I want to thank you for coming in this morning and sort of enlightening us on some of the work that you're doing. Can I ask, please, how many years your association has been in existence?
It was created in the early 1980s.
Okay. How many rental apartment units, these are condos, would you capture percentage-wise in the city of Toronto?
Including condos, we wouldn't have any members that would have condo investment properties. We'd probably be about 2/3 of all the overall apartments across the, there are large rental housing providers that are not members of the association.
Sorry, so am I to understand that 60% of the buildings, 66% of the buildings that are rental buildings are actually part of your organization, association?
In terms of members, the CRB program is separate from the association, so it's a specific program within the association, and obviously the numbers would be less.
Okay, the program that you're running that says, hey, I'm good, I got a clean bill of health, how many of those 66% or, overall would be in that program? What percentage?
It's about 12% in the city.
So in the last 35 years, we've been able only to voluntarily get 12% of those buildings brought under voluntary consideration, something along those lines.
So I apologize, Councillor, because I was saying when the association was formed, the CRB program is not 35 years old. The CRB program, I think, is 8 years old, 8 or 9 years old.
So you've been in existence for 8 years?
The program has.
A certified rental building program has been around for 8 years. It currently, in the province of Ontario, covers off about 35% of the high-rise, more than 3 stories high.
Can we be specific about Toronto, please?
I can. So there are 425 buildings in the city of Toronto that are included. Of that, so that's about 12% of all the buildings here in the city of Toronto.
So 12% of the buildings in the city of Toronto that are rental units are part of this regime that certifies them as being passive, excellent, and what would, if we were to say to you, we like what you're doing, we'd like you to self-regulate and get everybody else on stream, what tools would you want in order to do this, to accomplish this?
We would want recognition from the city that the program meets the standards of the city bylaw, that this program has seen members invest literally tens of millions of dollars in their buildings to meet certain requirements, tenant communication, cleaning standards, all sorts of standards. So we would like to see the city adopt a measure that says it is a comparable program and meets the requirements. How that is done, I think, is open for discussion. Whether it's a reduced rate for those buildings in terms of costs, whether it's other things, those is what we would like to talk to your staff about.
So my understanding is that then this would be a self-regulating body. People will have an option to join or ask to join or encourage to join, and you will be doing your own policing, investigating, self-regulating, and if people don't, then you would want us to bring the hammer down and sort of say, okay, you're not, okay, so you shake your head, and I thank you for that. What would the cost of this be? I mean, per door, for example?
Well, we'd have to look at in terms of when we finalize the, to quote, the apples to apples, and see what that cost is, and then to see if the city is interested in some sort of a discount or something that would be done on a per suite basis.
Okay. Would it be cheaper than it would cost the city to do it, or would it be comparable, or would it be more expensive? Like,
It would be comparable, perhaps cheaper.
okay, so if it's cheaper, I think it behooves us to consider that. Last question, would this be also a body that that is self-regulating and will have bylaws to govern it, its governance, and how often, the board changes and how often the executive director changes and something along those lines?
Absolutely, and I mean, I think the city would have comments on that too. City staff would certainly want to know how that's done. We are very open to sharing the information of all the audits that would be done on these buildings, which are currently being done, to share that information with your staff. There is a separate committee that meets, that reviews all the audits and takes action when they don't meet or pass or meet the standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilor Nunziata, you're next.
Okay. So you mentioned that you have approximately 10 to 15% of buildings that are part of your program, correct?
Yes.
And is there, these 10 or 15%, do they pay a fee to you?
Yes.
You organize? And so what is the fee?
They pay on average per year to be part of the program somewhere in the neighborhood of about $4 to $7, depending on the size of their organization that is in it. Plus, they pay independent audit fees to the third-party auditor.
4 to 7 per unit?
4 to 7 per unit,
Okay.
And then plus auditing fees. on
plus
top of
plus auditing fees,
So,
plus training fees for staff.
so it's very competitive. So it sounds like you're objecting to the city's bylaws. So it sounds to me that
We're not
if-
objecting,
if-
oh, sorry.
if our program will trump your program. I mean, what I don't understand is if you're doing such a great job and you've been out there for 8 years or 8 to 9 years, then would you object to giving us, the city, the list of apartments that are in the city that's part of your program, and we can compare them to if they're any of our slum landlord apartments?
That would all be part of the process, absolutely. We would
Well,
be
I mean,
willing
I'd like
share
to see
information.
them, because if you're doing such a great job, why do we have a problem?
They may, I'm not saying there isn't a problem in the city, I'm not saying there isn't bad landlords, but they may or may not be part of that program.
Well, yeah, exactly. What does your program do? What is your program?
Well, it's an industry certification program that advises Toronto renters and Ontario renters of well-run, well-managed buildings with a strong focus on both quality of product and quality of service.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Burnside, you're next.
Thank you. Councilor Nunziata pretty much asked my question, but so at some point we'll be able to compare the data, right? Because I mean, really all we're looking for here is compliance.
Right.
So for argument's sake, if you're 12% or 33% or whatever that percentage is, if it's an exemplary program and you're getting exemplary results, why would we mess with it, right?
Yes, and that's why we're here today.
But if it's not, then it is what it is, right?
And then we have a responsibility, as has been talked about, to ensure that the standards are applied. And if they're not applied, that they not be part of the program. And that's part of what happens when there's an audit done. That's a responsibility we have. And if we were to enter into an agreement with the city, one we would take very seriously.
But, okay, so just from a business perspective, as a city, if you're looking, if we have these parallel programs, and you have, let's say, half and we have half, and you take the good half and we get the bad half, isn't that a little bit of a problem? Like, we're not going to be able to do it for our, whatever, $10.53 a unit.
I mean, I think that city staff has raised questions around how that would work in terms of funding. We're certainly very cognizant of that. But I think, council wants those buildings that they all know about to be focused on. And, it's not to say that everything is perfect, but, the vast majority of buildings that are in the CRB program are, better buildings. These are people that have made a conscious decision to invest in their buildings and to communicate with tenants and to bring in a whole series of policies that do that. So, I think it would be part of the discussions that we have in terms of how that will work. You clearly want the resources that you need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnside. And the next question comes from Councilor Giorgio.
Just out of curiosity, you've got this program where 400 buildings are certified, and what's the likelihood that when our staff goes into one of those 400 buildings, they will identify some deficiencies based on our bylaw?
I would like to say low.
Well, I appreciate you would like to say low, but I'm saying what are the chances that there are some some conditions or some aspects of the bylaw that you would not be complying with?
With respect to the stuff that are part of the standards of our program, again, I would like to think those chances are slim and nil. For some of the aspects of what the current MRAP group does relative to property standards bylaws, I don't cover those off within this program. So there is potential that they would find things in violations in that area that I may not cover.
Okay.
Okay, but again, I'd like to think it's pretty slim and nil.
And then I think Councillor Burnside brought this up, and maybe I wasn't listening close enough. He was saying the program that we have that charges all landlords across the city, notwithstanding that some of them are running perfect, buildings, we're asking basically them to participate in the program and pay so many dollars per unit simply because we need to get some form of subsidization so that our city resources are ample enough to go after those bad buildings. So do you have, notwithstanding that you may not be violating any, do you have any problems in being part of the program and actually being charged by the city $10 and change per unit?
I think, Councillor, what we're seeking is some recognition for the program that would perhaps have an effect on that.
Okay, so you're looking for some relief on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of discussion. I mean, otherwise, you can recognize the program. There has to be some meaning to it. There has to be something that's why people would be part of the program. And we're certainly prepared to share all that information and work with staff on that.
And again, just not to belabor the point, but the idea is that those other buildings that are not certified are not incurring those costs that the certified buildings are incurring through your organization, obviously.
Yeah, so that's right. So the 10 or 15% are paying $4 to $7 a suite right now to meet a lot of these standards and requirements. And then, as Ted said, there's an additional audit that's done over and above that they pay for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I do have a couple of questions. And now, by comparison of the compliance requirement, you mentioned that your certified rental building program that's been in existence for 8 years, that you've been doing all these things in terms of compliance. Now, if you were to compare your certified rental building program with the proposed City of Toronto new bylaw, what aspects of the proposed city bylaw perhaps are not in line with yours? I'm just trying to go into your terms. You want to compare apples with apples. So is there anything that you can just enlighten this council with that, please?
Primarily, Property Standards Act 629. We don't cover that off anywhere near as rigorously as what sits in Property Standards 629 right now. So what we would do is we would ask to work with the MRAP group, if we could, to understand better how they audit in that particular area and see if there is a way for us to establish standards that will line up more closely to ensure that any of the types of violations that they are commonly identifying maybe through 629 that aren't covered in our program, that we could identify those standards accordingly and set them up.
Now, you've been saying perhaps that you have this self-regulated and rental building program that it works well for your clients. The question is now for tenants. What options do tenants have if they're not happy with the service that you are providing and they may have a complaint or complaints? What would be the alternative option for them to comply? I know what it is and what they should be doing, but I want to hear from you.
So we posted a 1-800 number when we first rolled this program out. After 3 years, the phone didn't ring, so we took away the 1-800 number. But what we have left is we have an email. Anybody who lives in a certified rental building can send us an email or contact me directly. My phone number sits on lots of our brochures and information, and we then will investigate it.
Do tenants have the option to call the City of Toronto, in this case, the municipal licensing standards, and to enforce and property standards?
Absolutely.
Under the municipal chapter 629?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Do you have that information posted where they have that option to look at?
To be honest with you, no, not directly as an option that they could do. It's certainly something easy for us to put in place to do that. However, if I do have a resident issue or a tenant issue that is raised and we are unable to resolve that to the tenant's or resident's satisfaction, we then advise that resident of any other avenues they may pursue relative to attaining satisfaction on it if they're not completely, if they do not believe the matter's been resolved to correctly.
My last question, you mentioned that your level of willingness to work with the city as a stakeholder. And you also mentioned that you like to maximize the limited resources to create a better process in terms of inspections, re-inspections, and compliance mainly. How could the city work with your organization in terms of sharing the resources? So what's your vision in terms of bringing that forward?
So we've had a good relationship with licensing staff, and we've talked about this not only in recent weeks, but over the course of the last year when discussions and consultations were out there. And I guess, Councillor Palacio, what we're here for is recognition of the program. We think it's a good program. We think that city staff see some merit in the program also, although that they also say that, you know, they want to make sure it's the same as the city bylaw in terms of the requirements, and we've committed to do that. We think there should be some recognition for people who for 8 years have invested in their buildings and gone above and beyond to be the best of the best. That is what a certification or an accreditation program is about. And so we'd like to, you know, have the opportunity to have those discussions with your staff and come back and to make sure that you have a level of confidence and certainty that the requirements that we have meet the city bylaw. And over and above that, the issue that's been discussed is one of compliance. And in a situation like that, where the city to adopt it, we have a responsibility to ensure that the standards within the program are adhered to, and if they're not adhered to, that they're not part of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I have a request, members of the committee, to go for a second round, and I don't have a problem with that, and the request comes from Councillor Davis. Just for your info, she didn't use her 5 minutes of questioning, so I'm okay to allow the second round. Councillor Davis.
I was looking forward to hearing a bit more on Councillor Palazzo's question about your vision. You mentioned an agreement with the city. So is it your vision that you would enter into an agreement with the city to actually deliver services or contracts out, or I don't want to use that word, but that you would deliver the inspection services on behalf of the city? Is that what you envision?
I mean, obviously that's subject to discussion with staff, but when you have a recognition of a program, presumably there's got to be an understanding of what the requirements are, and there has to be some sort of an agreement, whether that's a, you know, a formal written agreement or something. But if the city was to say, we gain recognition of CRB buildings for, in whatever manner, full 100% or in certain percentages, or how it's related to fees or whatever, I would assume there has to be some sort of an agreement that is adhered to between city staff, certainly, and our program, yes. I mean,
So when you talk about percentages, you're saying, okay, we cover 60% of your requirements, and so we should pay, we should be able to regulate and inspect and monitor whatever it is that you do around your standards, and that then you would be exempt from 40% of the fees? Is that the kind of the idea you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we would want to also know what city staff is important to city staff and to you in terms of that information. I mean,
All
that
right.
would be part of the discussion for sure. There
So-
may be some things that are more important than others, I don't know, but we want to have that. And the city may say, you know, these are bottom line for us, these other things, well, you know, so that's a sort of, we've had preliminary
We would
discussions.
have duplication of inspections then. You would inspect 60%, we would inspect 40%, or something like that? Is something you envision? That you would do the job on behalf of the city?
For those buildings, there'll be recognition that, yes, we are doing audits of those buildings.
Don't you think there's another way that you could deal with, well, this looks to me very much, and I'm going to ask staff, if this is a risk-based approach, it says the focus will be on those buildings that are needing greater attention. So I don't understand, this risk-based approach would not mean that the good buildings are going to be, clamped down on in any way under this regime. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that. All we're suggesting is recognition of the program. We've
Recognition, I'm
Of the
struggling
program,
with this.
in
You
some
want
formal
us to-
way.
You want us to say your program is good and therefore you'll be exempt from some of the fees?
We'd like to have,
Buildings that are in your organization?
we'd like to have that discussion with your city so that there is, that's our definition of what recognition means.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd get the bad apples.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to Kenneth Hain, followed by Nicholas Sion. Good morning. Good to have you here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ken Hale. I'm the legal director of the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario. As you know, many of the tenants of the province of Ontario live in the City of Toronto. We're vitally concerned with what happens to tenants in Toronto. We appeared before you last May. We supported the public consultation that you undertook on the licensing framework for apartment buildings. We offered our support at that time for any measures that would improve the difficult environment that tenants are facing in finding and keeping a home. We urged that you remain true to the committee's direction that you gave the staff back in June of 2014, getting to 3 years now on this file, to strengthen the capacity of the city to increase compliance with city bylaws. So the city staff carried out comprehensive, effective consultation in a very short time frame, and we really congratulate them for that. The consultation resulted in the proposals that you have today for a new regulatory bylaw, and there also have been changes that Council has approved in December to the way that enforcement is going to be carried out. And we think together these things will accomplish the goals of improving the environment, strengthening city enforcement capacity. So we support adopting the bylaw. We urge you to adopt this bylaw now. We support a review of it in a year. We'll be there to let you know what's going right and what's going wrong. We have some minor issues that we'd like to talk about. Some minor, some not so minor, but in the service of trying to achieve better the goals that you've set for the process. So the first thing is urgent and non-urgent tenant service requests. Urgent tenant requests aren't limited to discontinuance of vital services under the Residential Tenancies Act. That's what the commentary on page 13 suggests, but urgent requests, certainly include the hydro and the water being cut off, but could also be breaches of the building envelope, a window blowing out and winter winds blowing into the apartment, the security of the unit being compromised, an apartment door that can't be closed or locked. The direction should be that requests are urgent if the condition results in an immediate hazard to the health or safety of the occupants, including the discontinuance of vital services. And we'd also like to note that the 24-hour period that you've set out here is just for responding to the requests and not a deadline for rectifying requests. So even if the definition of urgent requests was expanded, given that the time periods are only for response and not for rectification, 7-day response time for non-urgent requests is unreasonable. This should be shortened to 72 hours. Even if a request isn't urgent, the landlord should say within 3 days, I got your request, I'm working on it. Then there's tenant notification, the notice board. You know, our biggest concerns, tenants' biggest concerns relate to the things that are in Chapter 629. And it's quite concerning to hear that the landlord audit program doesn't really focus on the property standards bylaw, Chapter 629. It focuses on a number of issues, but maybe they could beef up the enforcement of 629 if they took this over. But where the staff issue an order, it's the result of a process. The landlord, the inspectors have come, inspected, they've talked to the super, they've talked to the manager. They can't get voluntary compliance. That's when they issue an order. So it's important that tenants know that that order has been issued in respect to the common areas and that be posted as soon as possible, because posting encourages compliance. It gets the tenants, look, oh, the city said we have a problem here. Super, why aren't you fixing that problem? It's not just us now, it's the city. But it's proposed that we wait until it's confirmed, and that adds another 2 weeks, or if it's appealed, it could add another 2 months, because we've got a lot of landlords who just appeal every order so that they don't have to deal with it, and that would delay the posting. Pest management, we're a bit concerned about the responsibilities put on tenants in the pest management world. We realize cooperation is needed, but there are people who are old and sick who need accommodation. Landlords' plans, we think it should be clear that those plans have to be adequate and not just a plan. And we ask that record keeping include logs of any work done to comply with a work order issued under the bylaws. So thank you. Sorry for my extra 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Questions? Councillor Davis.
Just to be clear, you want us to change on page 13, what's suggested in the commentary. You want us to broaden the definition of immediate,
The
to
definition of
include immediate hazard to health and safety so that it captures potentially other situations. And I'm just trying to figure out which section that would be in.
well, it's in the definition of urgent and non-urgent. So that would be tenant service requests, paragraph 4 of the recommendation, paragraph 6 of the recommendation. City Council require owners or operators to respond to urgent requests within 24 hours and non-urgent requests within. Do you see this on page 3 of the where the recommendation is?
Oh, right. And, but
Just seemed a little narrow to urgent when you think of windows blowing out in the middle of winter, doors not being secure. It's not just shutting off the gas.
okay. So you've got sample language here? Because I understand the staff are using some definitions under provincial legislation as the model for doing that. What is determined as vital service.
Vital Services Act, but that's certainly an urgent issue where there's been a breach of the Vital Services Act, but there are other things that are urgent as well, like a window blowing out, a door not functioning.
So
You
this,
could think of many of them, but it's related to the impact that it has on the tenant.
so it should say something like including other immediate hazards that threaten or the health and safety of occupants,
Yeah.
including, okay. The other one was 72 hours versus 7 days, so that's also in number 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is just to respond. It's
Right.
not saying you have to fix it within that
And it's not
period.
clear to me, I put down several times, what does respond mean? If it's just, hi, I got your work order, or, I presume it means that they've taken action, but it's not clear to me.
I wouldn't assume that, but an acknowledgement is better than being ignored.
The other thing, and I'm going to ask staff, it seems that if you don't comply, you would be removed from the registry under Section 2. And I'm wondering what removal from the registry would mean. Do you have a sense of what that is from?
Well, presumably it's an offense not to be registered, and so
Right.
if you're not registered, then you're committing an offense.
And would be charged?
Could be
Something.
charged, there could be administrative penalties. But hopefully it doesn't mean you just get off paying the fee.
Right.
Wouldn't really
Okay.
work too well.
No, they cannot. You have heard the submission from the Provincial Apartment Buildings Association and their CRB program, and they seem to indicate that they want to somehow have reduced fees and to have some form of self-regulation. What's your opinion on that?
Well, they're running a business of this certification process, and they're charging fees to people, and they're presumably making money at it, and the city's coming along and saying, no, you're not doing a good enough job to keep the standards up to what the city wants. We're going to run a comprehensive program, and, who's going to want to continue to pour money into their program when they have to pour money into your program, and so they think you're eating their lunch. And, it's not, they're talking about a win-win situation. We think a win-win situation isn't necessarily good enough. It's got to be a win-win-win. The landlords, the city, and the tenants all have to benefit by it. And having employees of one of the parties or contractors of one of the parties making the decision as to whether something's adequate or whether it complies, and having no real enforcement is not a win for the tenants. So if this program would have worked, we wouldn't be here today. And I think that point was made by one of the councillors.
Thank you. That was the last question. Any other questions? Councillor Di Giorgio, you're next.
So just let me make sure I understand. It's your view that while someone is paying, let's say, $7 a unit and getting this group to do a comprehensive review of whatever the quality of living is within a building, you believe that the city will do a much better job on 3,500 units, and all they have to do is charge $10 a unit to everybody.
The city will be doing a better job on the issues that tenants care about, which is compliance with the minimum standards of health and safety.
Okay. Reminds me of the TTC where never mind, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. Councillor Burnside, you are next. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. You had some excellent suggestions. I have two questions, though. You brought up about the 24-hour response time.
Right.
Which is, I get how that's a concern if you're only responding, you're not actually fixing. Do you have any ideas about that? I mean, you've raised it as a flag, which I get, but do you have any suggestions?
About how long it should be before the landlord has to actually comply?
Well, and I know everything's different, if there's a major heating issue, maybe they have to move people or whatever, but I just wondered what your thoughts are beyond flagging it as an issue.
Right. Well, one of the biggest complaints has been that where there's been inspection, there's been a recognition of a problem, that the problem continues to drag out. And, you know, people attribute that to the city not taking a tough enough stand with the landlord to get force compliance more quickly. You know, we've talked about them, we've complained about this to the city staff, and we've heard what they've said, and, you know, I recognize that their situations are unique, and all kinds of things come up, and to put in a bylaw, you have to fix the furnace within 2 days. It would be great to put that in there, but does that really make it happen, you know? And so giving city staff, the city government, strong enforcement tools for people who don't do what they're told, I think is really the best way to do it, and continuing to make sure that your staff are continuing to make their best efforts to carry out the goals of the program is the best way to do it, because they're supposed to be professionals, they're supposed to be working for the public interest, and I think generally that's what they do. But for somebody who's suffering in these conditions, it always seems to take too long. And we think this could have an impact on speeding things up generally. And so.
But I guess you'd have to agree, would be some things that you could standardize.
Yes, yeah, and.
So there might be some hybrid, I don't know, I'm just asking the question.
I think there could be, and I think you could get some good advice from city staff, even from landlords, from tenants, but let's make sure it's an open process, and this whole idea of
Very loud. Caesar? Caesar? It's very loud in here, I can't hear the answers.
Councillor Davis, if you don't mind just to take the conversation just a little bit.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit too loud.
Anyways, this process of discussion of what these timeframes should be open and above board, and all parties to it should be, you know,
Okay, and then
in the conversation, and it shouldn't just be some behind closed doors thing that the landlords and the city staff work out, such as is being suggested by some of the landlord representatives.
So the one concern I do have with your suggestions, as I say, most of them made sense to me, was the suggestion that centered around pest management. Doesn't it become a circular problem if there is no, well, first of all, if there are people that are in dire need in terms of they're not able to, I'll almost say, help themselves to get prepared, we have public health. Right? So that would be their responsibility. The problem is if you leave that sort of out, then it comes back to your concern that things never get done. Right? So what we're trying to do is fix a problem and not even blame someone, but whoever might be obstructing the fixing of that problem, we need to have that power, in my mind, to actually do it. So if you have, even if it's tenant, it's not about, you know, if the tenant is not allowing this to happen, then everyone else has to suffer.
Well, right. Just virtually everything in the proposals is the landlord shall do this, the landlord shall do that, the manager shall do that. In this one section, we have no person shall, and it's clearly directed at regulating the behavior of the tenants. And we don't do that in any other part of, we don't think the tenants are going to obstruct repairs of the boiler or anything, but we're worried about tenants obstructing pest control. So
Right, sorry for interrupting, but, so, and only because I know I've got my time is up.
that's
Absolute-
what triggered my concern.
And I saw that too, but I happened to, I was over in Thorncliffe, the area I represent, and there's a landlord, the landlord and tenants have a monthly meeting actually to talk about issues. One of the problems that was identified is about, I think they said 35% of the apartments aren't ready for pest control. And so it delays the whole process. So, you know, if the tenant is somehow causing a problem with rectifying a situation, to me, it doesn't matter if it's a tenant or the landlord. We just want to fix the problem.
But it's unresolved whose responsibility that should be. Where there's pests in an apartment, it seems from the fact that it's the landlord's obligation to get rid of those pests, that hiring somebody to come in and clean it all up, get it ready for, shouldn't be the tenant's responsibility if it has to be done in this high. It has to be tenant cooperation, but the tenant have to be dragging the furniture around, bagging everything up. Isn't that part of the landlord's responsibility? So the fact that there's unclarity about that often leaves it to the landlord thinks the tenant should have done more than they did, and so we blame the tenant for the problem. Also, some of these situations are people who are elderly and people who are sick. And my solution to this was put in the bylaw that it's subject to the duty of reasonable accommodation as set out in the Human Rights Code. Who could object to that? But, you know, that obligation already is subject to the Human Rights Code. The Human Rights Code prevails over anything that you people pass. So it was just kind of a reminder that everybody who obstructs isn't just being a difficult, evil person. Maybe there are some issues that are behind that the staff should be sensitive, and this was my way of telegraphing to them to have that sensitivity.
Thank you, Mr. Hen. That was the last question. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
The next deputant is Nicholas Sayan, followed by John Plamador. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair, City, and councillors. My name is Nicholas Sayan, and I'm president of Upper Canada Court Tenant Association. And these are 4 buildings comprising 1,142 apartment units. I wanted to bring to your attention that we are tenants, and how do you get the information? And I wanted to include in Section 4 of 1701 an item that suggests that a tenant association should be included as a voice in there as to produce answers and relay information to the higher-ups, so to speak, to make decisions. The inclusion should be, should there be a tenant association in the building, the landlord shall meet with the tenant association on a regular basis or as requested by the tenant association. I say that because landlords tend to ignore tenants completely, and they try to go through the mechanism of a tenant association, and the tenant association is also ignored by the landlord. Agreements made with the tenant association shall be binding annually, also when altered by mutual consent by either party at a mutually convenient time. We have made many requests, and we, as our complex of apartment units, we've had about 5 or 6 property managers that come in and go, and each one has their whims as to what to do with the tenants and how to serve them, or serve themselves, or serve their masters, which is the landlord. So we would like the agreements made by the tenants so they shall be binding, and agreements reached by tenants and landlords shall continue even if the property manager changes. We've had 5 of them within a matter of 2 years, and each one either ignores us or supports us or listens to the tenants. At the moment, tenants have fear, or call it they are apprehensive approaching the landlord with any of their issues. And a tenant association is the vehicle to do so, so that they don't get intimidated. So these are my issues, and I want to bring it to the fore and hope that you would add a clause in Section 4 to say what I've just said over here, that the tenant association shall be listened to, and if we request a meeting, the landlord should comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Singapore.
Thank you.
Presentation. John Plamador.
Thank you.
Plamador.
John Plummador, Chair of the Board, Federation of Metro Tenants Association.
To have you here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you
Please go ahead.
for this opportunity. I'm also on the front lines as a president of Brentwood Towers Tenant Association, so I come with two hats. I'd like to first of all say that we support, the FMTA supports the bylaw, and we're very pleased of the work that has taken place and the collaboration with the Licensing Standards Committee, with the Tenant Issues Committee, and with MRAB, the Multi-Residential Apartment Building Department. We are pleased to see that there is going to be stronger enforcement. We're pleased to see that there's going to be higher fines. And specifically, we're pleased to see that this will be an annual review. That a year from now, we'll come back to this table, so to speak, and see if the plan is working. And if it is, good, and if not, we'll make some of the adjustments that are necessary. I concur with ACTO, Ken Hale, who spoke earlier, and also with Upper Canada College, that I think that these are some good provisions that could be introduced to the bylaw, either now or later, or a year from now. And I'd just like to say that, personally, I thought we were initially talking about the green, yellow, and red identification. I understand that's down the road, and I support that. I don't believe it's in any way stigmatizes tenants. They already are by living in these buildings. And I also recognize that we are talking about here bad landlords. I happen to live in a building complex that has a good landlord, and they carry out many of these provisions of the bylaw, generally speaking. That's not to say that everything's perfect, but we could go off, I could go off on a tangent on above guideline rent increases, but I'm not going to do that. So the bylaw as being tabled, we support, and our executive director, I believe, is here, and he has some specific questions. I don't know if he's on the list or not, but from my point of view, as a volunteer on the board and on behalf of tenant associations who are part of FMTA, we are delighted to see this bylaw going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Plamador. Any questions to the deputant? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputant is, we have Jordi Dent. And that concludes the list of deputants.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. I reviewed the bylaw. First of all, thank you for having me here, and thank you for moving this forward. I think this is something that's going to help tenants in the City of Toronto. I think it's going to help them improve their living conditions, a basic level of dignity, and I think it will create a minimum standard in the City of Toronto, which is good, that you shouldn't have babies covered in bedbug bites, that you shouldn't have holes in your ceiling, and more importantly, that when the City of Toronto tells you to follow the law, you'll actually follow it. I reviewed the bylaw in depth, and I had 4 things that I wanted to bring up today. The first one was echoing Ken's comments around the requirement around timeframes to respond. So currently it would be 24 hours for something that was considered urgent, and then 7 days for things that aren't. Things that are not considered urgent under this bylaw: a flood, a baby covered in bedbug bites, you've got a stove that's got sparks coming out of it, or an electrical socket that does, and you have risk of an electrical fire. Again, these are things where the landlord can wait 7 days, and we think that's a bit problematic. Obviously, these things are urgent matters that should be responded to within, immediately or within 24 hours, and dealt with immediately. And under the current bylaw, again, the landlord could just ignore you for 7 days for a flood, which again, we think is a little ridiculous. Secondly, again, echoing the Advocacy Centre for Tenants of Ontario's comments a bit around human rights accommodation. One of the largest complaints we get on the, well, not one of the largest, but a common complaint that we get on our tenant hotline relates to people that have severe allergies to cleaning products or a chemical sensitivity. And you've got good cleaning plans, and we were hoping, and we had recommended that you throw in some language just that the landlord does have to follow the Human Rights Code and should keep that in mind when you're using cleaning products and things like that. It's not in there, but again, we'd like to see that added. We think it would, again, it's already the law. It's just a reminder to landlords that, you know, if somebody's going to go into anaphylactic shock from the chemicals you're using, you shouldn't be using them. And, you know, I say that not as a warning, but as something that actually happens, where a tenant will tell a landlord, you can't do this, I could die, and the landlord just does it anyways. And the tenant's like, so what can I do to stop this? And I have to be like, well, after you've had a severe allergic reaction that could kill you, you could take them to the Human Rights Code. Again, there should be some mechanism to just stop that up front and a reminder to landlords that they can't do that. The third point I'd like to bring up is that the number one reason why the FMTA has been involved in this scenario is something that we call the hammer. I'm not referring to Hamilton. I'm referring to what comes down on a landlord when they don't follow the law. So there's a number of landlords around the City of Toronto that sadly don't follow the law. You know, $500 gets bandied about, but so does 103, 105 West Lodge, a whole host of the Chalk Farm buildings in Councillor Mamalides' wards are notorious for just not getting things done. And I could rattle off probably buildings in almost every ward where you have at least one landlord that just refuses to follow the law. And the question is, what happens after that? You know, what happens when you have a landlord that refuses to register? What happens when you have a landlord that refuses to do maintenance? Currently, they just get a work order. They might get a ticket now, but I believe the stats on this are something like 25, 30 tickets in the last year have been issued. It's not a lot. The city can take remedial action. I believe the number of times they've done remedial action in the last year has been 2. So we would like to see ticketing and, again, compliance orders, things that push the landlord to follow the law, remedial action, really ramped up. And we're not 100% sure that's going to happen at this stage of this program, but we feel that's what needs to happen. That if a landlord, again, isn't following the law, $1,000 ticket, and maybe more than one if you're not in compliance with a variety of things, and they just keep coming back and hitting them again and again until it becomes more cost-effective for them to follow the law than not. A final word on the Landlord Certified Rental Housing Program, which has come up. It came up around licensing issues for quite some time. I did want to say that in 2008, when I asked about it to MLS staff, they had said, well, actually, we had audited some of those buildings. And I asked, well, what was the outcome? And they said some of those buildings were a disaster. So I don't really think that the certified rental program is necessarily indicative of buildings that are necessarily in a good state of repair. Thank you.
I'm not just a visitor. I'm a councillor, non-member. It's okay. Thank you. I just wanted to ask about this self-regulation model that seems to be being purported. And I just had a small discussion with the representative who went and looked, and there are no CRB certified buildings in Ward 31. But when I asked whether there were any owners or property management companies in my ward that also had other buildings that were in the program, I haven't got that information yet, but I'm looking for it. So there may be big companies that choose which buildings will comply and that they will fund and invest in, and there are those that they don't. So what I'm wondering is whether you think that there is some role for this arm's length organization to actually replace the city in terms of inspections and enforcement.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe during the presentation, they mentioned that their program doesn't really focus on Chapter 629.
Right. No, but they said under questioning they could do it,
Oh, they could,
that they would.
but they don't right now, and that's why we're here. We're here to talk about apartment enforcement, bylaw enforcement of repair standards. Frankly, again, I've been living in Groundhog Day on our tenant hotline for the last 10 years. These are serious issues. A hypothetical self-regulatory environment that may or may not follow this up, that may or may not do a proper independent audit to comply, that may or may not focus on repair bylaws. I can't really speak to that. I can only tell you again that when I asked city staff in 2008, how did those buildings fare in an audit, I was told some of them were disasters. So if that's the case, I'm not really sure that much stock should be put into that program. Again, I think the city should just be enforcing their own orders. Again, this is not something grand. I'm surprised it is. This is just getting landlords to follow the law, which again, I think should be something pretty basic.
Now, remind me, there is somewhere in here about when tenants would be notified of orders and/or appeals to the Property Standards Committee. And could you just clarify when you think that tenants should be made aware of orders and/or appeals?
Orders right away. I mean, we've often wanted to see a situation where if there's an order for a specific unit, the MLS officer, we were hoping when they would write it up, they would just like literally rip off a copy, give it to the tenant.
Exactly.
Because again, the tenant should know, tenant usually already knows that their apartment is not in line with the law. But having some kind of confirmation from that from the city and a note saying, hey, this could be appealed, we think would be very useful to the tenant. It would allow them to immediately go file at the landlord and tenant board a T6 application for a rent reduction. But if they have to wait months for that, again, that could be a really problematic scenario. So we think it should be given to the tenant immediately. There should be a proviso that it might be appealed on that notification.
So if a landlord were to appeal, to the Property Standards Committee, they should probably post that.
Yeah, again, they should be notified about that immediately as well.
Right, okay.
I mean, within reason, we know, you can't teleport a notification, but you'll know when an appeal has been made and you mail it out to the tenant affected in the building. And if every tenant is affected in the building, you mail it to all of them. The city does this for rent reduction notices. There's no reason why they can't do this for a property standard scenario. I know it adds another layer, but again, hopefully the fee will...
Or even posted immediately.
Yeah, posted in the building immediately would be fine as well. Again, the big issue is what happens when you have a building that just says, I'm not going to do that. CBC is currently working on a story on the West Lodge buildings, and they told me one of their biggest problems is they can't even find the landlord.
Finding the landlord.
Yeah, they don't even know where they are.
Right.
And so when you hit a scenario like that, again, you've got a compliance problem with those buildings.
Yeah.
You can't even find the landlord. That's an issue. And so again, what happens if they just don't post? That's why you want to have that hammer there to ensure that if they don't, they pay for it.
One last question. I noticed that there were no provisions in the registry for indicating whether a building is sub-metered for electricity and/or any security features that are in the building. Do you think it would be helpful for tenants if those things were included in the registry?
Yeah, I do. On sub-metering, a tenant might find out up front, so I don't know, when they're moving into the building. And if they're there already, it's not a big deal. But the other issue that you mentioned was...
If it were posted?
If it was posted, that would be
Online.
very useful, yeah, for a tenant to be able to search up front so they know whether they're dealing with a high electricity cost. The other one that you mentioned was?
Security.
Security, a big one, yeah. Security is a huge issue. I can't tell you, when I was in Crescent Town in your wards,
Yeah.
that was the #1 issue, doing a walk through the entire unit, placing of cameras. Security is a very important thing for many tenants, and it could have implications around above guideline rent increases currently. So yeah, I think posting that would be very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Musiera, you're next.
Points. So I think it would help tenants if we were able to increase some of these fines, correct?
I believe
As
so,
you
yeah.
mentioned, a lot of them are just getting these fines and just paying them or ignoring them.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not a lot as far as I know.
Yeah.
You know, again, I've got a building, you know, list in my office of 40 buildings that have gone through 2 audits already, right? So again, if they're going through 2 audits, they're not following the first one. Some buildings have gone through 3 audits already. So again, after that first audit, if they're not complying, there should be, again, some kind of penalty for that, yeah.
Yeah, and when it comes to orders, some of these landlords are not complying to the orders, would you not agree? I mean, the problem that we do have in some of our buildings is that they're asking, the landlords ask for an extension, and they're granted an extension, and it's delays, ongoing delays. So maybe that process should maybe be reviewed, and not giving that opportunity on certain orders to ask for extensions.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of ways that could be dealt with.
Yeah.
Like, you know, yeah, you could appeal, but the appeal is dealt with very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get an extension, but not forever, and the extension might be minor and like not a long time. And yeah, I think just preventing just kind of, you know, appeal into infinity would be very helpful, yeah.
And that just causes delays, and that's what's frustrating for the tenants.
200 Roehampton and Councillor Matlow's war a number of years ago got an audit from the city, and they tried to get like a rent reduction. And the landlord appealed and appealed and appealed and appealed, and 5 years later, the case finally finished. Some of the tenants had died. So yeah, you want to avoid a scenario like that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Glenn de Vermaker, you're next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming today. Did you submit a written deputation as well?
Not for today on this specific review of the bylaw. We've submitted stuff before.
Okay, could you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Something in writing, because it's very valuable comments, but as it absorbs in my brain, it's not making it to my computer, and
We will
I may forget by lunchtime.
we will pass something on, absolutely.
Okay, great. And if we want to have our staff review your input, it'd be better if it's in writing.
Great, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now, we don't have any more public speakers. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this point? If not, now we'll move to questions to staff. Visiting members, Councillor Davis.
Really quickly, could you highlight the stick elements of what's before us? In other words, what we're doing about tickets, fines, and administrative penalties. These are all things that have been talked about. What's in here and what's not, and what's coming.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this bylaw will give us additional enforcement tools, obviously, because we're imposing regulations and requirements on landlords to take certain actions that they are currently not required by legislation to do. There is provision in the report that speaks about the fines. We will be seeking set fine amounts for those that are Part 1 tickets, but we've also made accommodation for increasing fines, escalating fines where there's a continuance of offenses as well. That's actually on page 19 of the report. So this will give us additional access. We've also spoken to on the second last page of the report, on page 21, that the issue of setting up an administrative monetary penalty system is a body of work yet to be undertaken. We've actually got some meetings coming up in relatively short order to start those discussions. And this bylaw is the first priority for us to implement that system, once we have a sense of what will be required.
And you will be reporting on the increased fines, because some of them we have to get provincial approval for. So will you be reporting on fines and administrative penalty sometime in the future, and when would that be?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly once we've identified the process and we'll be setting the administrative monetary penalty system up, that will necessitate a report to council.
Right.
And I'm not clear on what all will be required. That's still for us to do. I'm not sure on your second part.
On fines.
On the fines. So the Provincial Offences Act and the Save Toronto Act, we have authorities to implement up to a $100,000 fine maximum for escalating offenses, and that is being done in the context of this report.
So where will we see the details of that? Because it does require provincial approval, and they have not approved other things that we have power for under the City of
I'll
Toronto
ask
Act.
legal to answer for you.
Councillor, to answer your question, the City of Toronto Act does authorize these fine amounts already. Setting those fines, of course, are subject to the presiding judicial officer's discretion. I think you might be also referring to set fine applications.
Yes.
The city does have the authority to apply to the Regional Senior Justice of the Peace for set fines with a maximum amount of $1,000.
Okay, and I'm
That's a
trying to get
standing
more
authority.
details about that. When will we be asking for that?
So that's a standing authority. Once the bylaw is enforced, an application can be made immediately.
And those set fines will be specific around what kinds of things? This is on the provisions in the bylaw that are not property standards, or is it for provisions in the bylaw that are governed by the building code and property standards?
It's for the provisions of the bylaw as you see it before you. So any offense created as a result of these new amendments
Right, okay.
can be added as set fines through this application process.
So if you fail to give, you fail to meet some of the provisions, there will be different kinds of fines, different levels of fines?
There could be different set fines requested from the judicial officer who can approve them, depending on the view of the severity of the offense committed.
So can you've got delegated authority for that, is that what you're saying? So
That's
can we just say to you, please be generous, meaning, please go high? Okay. I wonder if you could address the questions that were raised by a couple of the deputants about the responding to urgent health and safety, immediate health and safety matters. Can you make changes that would broaden it beyond just those things as prescribed in the provincial legislation?
Through the chair to Councillor, yes, we can make those amendments, and part of the committee hearings today is to get that feedback and input on what we're proposing, so we take back that meaningful feedback and input and incorporate it.
And my other questions have to do with posting. This has always been a request of mine, that tenants get copies of orders as they're issued, so they are aware of what orders there are, and that they get notice of appeals as soon as there is, and whether there are appeals under the property standards bylaw for common areas. Please clarify for me, if you could, when tenants will get information about individual unit orders and common area orders and appeals.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, and on page 3 of the report, recommendations under the tenant notification, we do agree that it's not necessary to be a confirmed order to be posted on the board, so we would agree that all orders should be posted on the board at the time of issuance for common elements.
Yeah.
Tenants in suite orders issued affecting tenants in their suites would get their orders at the time then, and appeals are to be posted on the board as well.
And who is responsible for giving notices of appeals, that appeals have been filed? The clerks? Or your division, as soon as the application is gone in?
Once we become aware of the appeal, we would ensure that that notification is placed on the board.
Okay, as soon as the appeal is made and submitted, as opposed to when a public agenda comes out on the Property Standards Committee?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Councilor Madlo, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I have, I'm not, to respect your time, I'm not going to go through many of the questions that I spoke with staff about during my briefing, but just for clarity for the public, what we've colloquially referred to as the rent-safe component, the colored grading system right at the front window. That was the direction that we had approved at council in December. For clarity, may I just confirm that will be coming back in, I believe, later this year to committee?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. That is identified, Councillor, as an outstanding directive, and we have committed to reporting back on that.
At which quarter?
We've said the deadline in the directive is Q4 of 2017.
Of this year, and it will come through the Tenant Issues Committee and then to this committee.
Yes, so just for clarity, the availability of information for tenants and prospective tenants is a foundational element of this entire program. So we're not only looking at what this program looks like, but information and opportunities to make information available more publicly through online as well. So there's that whole body of work that is.
But you will be
incorporated.
following council's directive.
We always do.
Co-ops. Could you just briefly, but just could you clarify how are co-ops captured and perhaps some not captured within this bylaw?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so co-ops is a little bit nebulous because we have co-ops where people are part owners and co-ops where people are renters. We've also got so where co-ops, where tenants are renters, this bylaw would apply. We have allowed for an exemption pending council's approval on the exempting of any property that is a social housing provider, where a minimum of 25% are under a subsidy, a city program, they would be exempted from the fees. So whether a co-op would fall into that realm is how we would determine.
Okay.
So where it's non-ownership, rental only, and if social housing is an element, then that also factors in.
Yeah, and I imagine some of my colleagues may have some more questions about that in a moment, too. FERPO's request to have a conversation with you about the relationship between their existing certification process and our bylaw. First of all, do you have any preconceived notion of where you might end up in that conversation?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think through all the reports we've brought through committee and council, we've identified that this certified rental building program exists. It happens to be operated by the Federation of Rental Providers of Ontario. And they have been a stakeholder group, as have ACORN, as have FMTA, GTAA. So we don't have a preconceived notion. There is value in the, we all share a common goal where the quality of living standards for tenants needs to be raised. So anything that supports that fundamental goal, we're open to having conversation about. We have been clear that this is a conversation that we'll have. And the outcomes of that and any recommendations that may derive from it, we will be bringing back to you.
However, can you commit now that no matter where that conversation goes, that you would never compromise or capitulate to any requests that would see our standards, our expectations, or our enforcement be degraded in any way through this conversation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can wholeheartedly guarantee you that we will not see any degrading of an important program that we have taken a massive step in implementing.
Resources, timelines, and goals for the first year. Starting July 1st, have we allocated the necessary resources to see your goals through to fruition for the first year? Could you give us a better idea of timelines as far as what your benchmarks are? And again, benchmarks along with goals, what do you seek to achieve for your first year?
So pending the approval of our budget, which
Yeah.
we've just been through, we've got the endorsement to commence hiring the additional manpower that we have. We've already allocated staff onto the project and have a project plan for implementation leading up to the July 1 effective date of the bylaw. So there's a lot of players in hand that are looking at the technology solutions that may be required.
Any idea of how many buildings you're going to get through or a percentage?
Well,
or
our
is it
full
too early to
intention
know?
is by the end of this year, we will have been to every single building in the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go into committee with Councilor Nunziata.
Okay, just a couple questions. So when it comes to the fines, we can fine up to $100,000, right? That's part of the report, of no more than $100,000.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, and Councillor Davis was asking about set fines. So set fines are if we issue a ticket with an amount that someone may pay out of court. That does not negate their opportunity to attend court and have their case heard, or us to use other tools to compel them to court, like a Part 3 Provincial Offences Act notice. It's ultimately up to the Justice of the Peace to set the fine amount that will apply. What we have embedded in the bylaw is the opportunity for the Justice to assess fines up to that maximum as is prescribed through the City of Toronto Act. I don't know if legal wants to chime in further.
So it's the Justice of the Peace that would determine the amount of the fine, which I think we should be determining the fine. I mean, when you come to the Justice of the Peace, I mean, you know that, I mean, it could take months, years before you even get to the point where they're fined. So we're really, can we not, do we not have the authority, the City of Toronto, just to fine them? Why do we have to go to the justice of the peace?
So-
We have a slum landlord that does not comply to any of our orders.
So there's a series of tools. So through you, Mr. Chair, we can issue tickets after we get the set fine amounts from the senior justice. So we can issue tickets up to $1,000 if that fine amount is approved by the senior justice. If it is a series of offenses or significant offense that compels their attendance at court, where they may be subject to higher fines, then that is the process we would take. The other part of this is on the administrative monetary penalties role, which we're going to come back on, and we can report out then what that may look like. And legal looks like they want to chime in, Corey, or?
And I'll just add to the fact that when the city is at a trial for a prosecution for an offense, city prosecutors do take positions on fine amounts. They seek amounts that are appropriate based on the nature of the offenses committed, based on the history of the operator owner, or other violators. So there are opportunities for the city to make positions and take positions with the fine quantum, but ultimately it is left up to the justice, and they do have discretion in the amounts.
Well, that's where I have a problem. You know, like how, do we ever collect any of this? I mean, the process really is flawed because it takes so long to get through the court system and get fined. Do we ever receive any money at all, or do we have to keep going to court with some of these landlords?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly any fines that are assessed through the courts flows back through our court services group.
It takes so long to
And
know
there's
that.
victim impact surcharges as well. But that is the natural course of justice. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we reside in a world where everyone is entitled to due process, and that due process includes
Well, not
their matter
everybody.
being heard.
This
Unless
justice I do not agree to.
we could implement Judge Nunziata in the new court, but
You know how many issues I've.
it would be far more efficient.
I mean, you know.
Councilor Sierra, what's your question?
Yes, okay. My next question is, so we're charging, it's $10.60 registration fee for all landlords per unit. So my question is, what happens if a landlord tells the city, forget it, I'm not going to pay you, who cares, we're not going to comply by your bylaw? We get a lot of people like that. Do we have the authority to take that $10.60 per unit without having to ask the province to add it on to their property tax? Because we may get landlords that will refuse to even register and pay the fee.
Yes, through the chair, the City of Toronto Act does authorize the city to impose fees that haven't been paid onto tax rolls.
So we should do that. Because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of resistance. We're going to get landlords that are just going to tell us where to go.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we also have enforcement mechanisms for failure to comply with the bylaw. So there's a couple of mechanisms available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Councilor Di Giorgio, you're next. Councilor Di Giorgio.
So if I understand correctly, by the end of the year, we will have investigated all 3,500 buildings, and we will categorize them amongst, what, 3 categories, this color code system we have?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so we've talked about a fundamental part of this program is to do that baseline assessment of the entire rental apartment building stock. I'm not going to prejudge an outcome that it's going to be a red, yellow, green in that respect. It's an important and a critical component for us to undertake that assessment to determine those buildings on a risk basis that require audits. So that is a key component of the assessments we're going to do.
Of the 3,500 buildings, how many buildings do we currently have, or that we're dealing with, that are really clearly not in compliance?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we've been auditing anywhere from 100 to 200 buildings every year, dealing with various non-compliance. Years prior to Director Schraga, it was done on a kind of in-order basis. What Mark has implemented is a risk-based and that pre-audit assessment, which is far more transparent, and the apartment building operators understand it as well. So we have been in the last couple of years, I would suggest, targeting those buildings that require our attention, where there are significant, meaningful property standards issues.
And my last question is, at the end of the year, what's our expectation as to what the number of that risk-based buildings is going to be? Is it going to grow from, let's say, 200 to 1,500?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have audited about a third of the buildings since the start of the MRAB program. We don't know what the full suite of the quality of rental apartments are. This baseline or benchmark, whatever we choose to call it, is going to give us a sense of where we need to target, and we will be starting with the buildings that have the most egregious. It would be, if it was 20, we wouldn't have a program. If it was 3,500, we would require a lot more people. So, I think we're just going to have to undertake those assessments. Everybody will be assessed equitably, consistently, and then we'll set out a plan from there. So,
The problem I'm having, Tracy, is you mentioned that since the MRAP program was implemented, we've audited up 1,500 buildings. My question is, with the implementation of this new program, do we anticipate that we're going to have a huge increase in the number of buildings,
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's not dissimilarly to how we've been approaching the program the last couple of years, which is based on a risk assessment. All of those 3,500 buildings have been subject to this program since MRAB was enacted. So, it's not new so much as it is putting more rigor and transparency around how we operate. I don't know what our numbers are going to look like. Certainly, we're going to be developing that scoring criteria. We are going to be communicating to people where we're starting, and the buildings that need our attention the most will come first.
Yeah, and so
go ahead, Mark.
the problem is, and Mark, just to interrupt, sorry, if we have been ineffective in getting those 1,500 that are not in compliance to comply, that's my understanding, because everybody complains, including myself.
Councillor, if I could just clarify for that, I wouldn't say we've been ineffective. We have roughly a 90% compliance rate with the buildings that we've audited since the program started. One of the challenges we've had is we don't know all the buildings that are out there, the standard or condition they're at, because the current program is based upon a complaint received. We'll go and audit that building. There's a lot of buildings out there that we've never laid eyes on. So the part of the benefits of this approach is we will have laid eyes on every single rental building in the city, evaluate them to our criteria, and then identify which buildings need those audits immediately, and then maybe a longer-term program for those that are evaluated at a bit of a lesser risk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. And next is Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you. So in regards to these site visits, I was a little unclear after your initial audit. Are you going to rate the buildings and sort of say buildings that you need to do an annual inspection on, and then others that, because at one point it said 1 to 3 years, and then at the other one it said 2 to 3 years. So how is that going to work?
Through the chair to Councillor Burnside. So yes, we'll be evaluating every building based upon set criteria. At the end of that evaluation, there'd be a score assigned to that building. We would target then and prioritize those buildings that are scored in a certain category, a certain range, as being those that need immediate attention and a full audit. And then a building that's an excellent building, well-maintained and scores very high, we would not need to go back. We're proposing maybe in a 2 to 3 year window, because we want to put our resources on those buildings that do have apparent defects and violations of our bylaws.
Absolutely, but so I get, and you kind of answered my question, but so let's just look at the problem buildings. Would they be on some sort of regular schedule after that? I guess that's what I'm getting at. Is it like an annual schedule, or like how would it work for those buildings that have been identified as an issue? Once you've got them into compliance, let's say, how do you envision it past that.
Yes, we would be, so a building that received an audit from us would then be on a yearly schedule, just to
Okay.
keep eyes on it and keep them, making sure they are maintaining them.
Okay, thanks. That's perfect. And then one of the deputants raised an issue that made sense to me was about this, this note about the 24-hour period to respond. And it doesn't actually say how long it would be to fix. And recognizing that some issues, you know, if you have a boiler that's gone down, you know, you can't do a set time. But it strikes me as there might be some advantage to saying, okay, if the boiler goes down, you have 6 days to fix it, and then you got to move people into other accommodations. I don't, like, it seems like in most you know, this is an enforcement type of statute, and in most policing, it's, okay, if you don't wear your seatbelt, here's what it is. It's 2 points and $110. But when the officer stops you, he or she then has discretion whether it's issued. It seems in this way it's kind of backwards, where it's not really, it's very, to use Tracy Cook's term, it's very nebulous. And I think that might, like, should it not be more definitive and then the officer has discretion as opposed to the other way around?
So to be clear, through the chair to Councillor Burnside, this response time is in our apartment building bylaw. The other bylaws that govern the actual deficiency, for instance, no heat, is regulated under our heating bylaw, and the actions to be required to be taken are stipulated in those bylaws. Okay. So the only thing we've imposed is a new standard of response, which is not captured in any of our other bylaws that govern the operation of the building, such as property standards, removal of snow and ice, providing of heat.
So like if there's a broken window, for instance, that's covered, the time to actually fix it is covered elsewhere?
It's regulated under the property standards bylaw in the building code.
Okay, and then my last question, which is really kind of more minor in nature, but it's under the State of Good Repair Capital Plan, on page 16 of I don't know which thing. It says owners will be required to think proactively. How do you actually ensure that?
Through the chair to the councillors. So currently, we don't have any requirements in place that we want owners to identify the capital elements that would need replacing or maintaining on an ongoing basis, such as roof repairs. What's their timeline for having the roof evaluated, assessed, and doing a repair? Balcony guards, things of that nature. So by requiring them to develop these plans, identifying the capital elements, and then the timeline for replacement or maintenance, that's where we're getting them to now proactively think about how they're going to deal with those issues, as opposed to waiting until they have a leak in a roof and say, oh yes, I need to get a roofer in to look at my roof.
And if they don't have that plan for the roof or what else, then what?
Then that would be a violation of the bylaw,
Violation,
and that's
actual
where
violation.
fines would be imposed.
And I've just added,
Great.
through you, Mr. Chair, that's not dissimilar to what the Condominium Act requires condominium corporations to have in respect to reserve fund studies.
Right.
So it shows that all the elements, common elements, structural, capital-related things have been reviewed, and they have a plan to address them.
And so the difference with the Condominium Act is that relationship is between the owners of the units and the corporation, as opposed to, in this situation, it's more of a relationship between the city and the owners, right?
Well, the legislation that this bylaw is to ensure that they have it. The Condominium Act requires condominium corporations to have it. I'm just drawing that kind of consistently on the proactive piece.
Okay.
And I think this is also good for tenants to know in advance what the plans are forthcoming for their buildings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. And next is Vice Chair Councillor Karygiannis.
Chair, through you to staff, we heard from one of the deputants saying that they got this organization that covers 12 or 15% of the existing buildings, and they were looking to sort of get our approval so they can expand and engulf everybody in the rental units, and to be more or less a self-operating, self-regulated matter. I was wondering if you can have any comments on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Karygiannis, we have had some discussions with the stakeholder group FERPO about their certified rental building program. We've acknowledged it in our previous reports as well, that there's more work to be done there. Currently, they have a program that evaluates and assesses buildings that it's a voluntary membership to, voluntary compliance with. And we identified that what their program evaluation is does not evaluate a building with respect to the 8 bylaws that we enforce when we go into a building. So there has to be, their program we've identified has to be measuring what we measure and evaluate when we audit a building.
I would just add, through you, Mr. Chair, the notion around self-regulation is what came up in the conversations here today. That has not been the conversations that we have had. All buildings are required to comply with this bylaw. The conversation FRPO would like to have about CRB, which, as I mentioned earlier, we've spoken to in the last couple of reports as well, would look at how their program intersects with ours and what consideration council may want to give that.
Through chair to staff, would there be, if we were to go down this route of having them self-comply, self-regulate, self-legislate and all that stuff, would there be substantial savings that we will see if we allow the industry to self-regulate?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is almost, so A, we're not saying self-regulate. The MRAB program was developed because apartment building standards were not being met. The FRPO with their CRB program has attempted to raise the standards in apartment buildings. It sounds like they have been successful in around 10 to 11%. We have a program now, we have a bylaw before you that expands on what the city's role in the apartment building sector is, imposing positive commitments and responsibilities on operators. Certainly, as long as our program is in existence and following the direction of council that there be cost recovery of this program, the fees that have been presented through the budget process and today accomplish that on a 65% basis. Any change to fees or other economics then would impact our program and would be subject to a report that we would bring forward.
Through the chair to staff, would it be safe to say that we need to study this a little bit more and speak to the stakeholders to see if they'd be willing to self-regulate, self-legislate, and impose fines as well, give them a regime that they can look after it themselves versus us being involved in every aspect. I mean, give them, let's say, I don't know, a year and a half in order for them to accomplish this?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the operators of apartment buildings in the City of Toronto brought their standards up such that our program was no longer required, then certainly that would be the goal, and that would be the conversation we would have. We have articulated consistently throughout that there is value in the industry. I don't say self-regulation. I think the regulation that we are proposed and are implementing is important. But them raising the standards such that the necessity for city intervention is minimized is a shared goal. Yes, we do need to have further conversation. We've identified that throughout our reports. But all of these programs that bring the quality of living standards up for tenants is the right direction to go. And we'll report back on what any discussions like that looks like.
How much time would you require through the chair to staff in order to have this conversation with these particular organizations to see if they would self-regulate?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have been speaking with them. There's work on the certified rental building program that needs to occur. Director Shraga mentioned earlier, there's certain aspects of our regulations that are not captured in their best practices voluntary certification program. So they would have work on their side, and then we would define whether that criteria meets our criteria. We would report back to you on what that could look like and would seek direction into how we would recognize as a city that program. So a bit of work to be done on both sides. We've, I think, identified a report back within a year on this program overall. We've got other report backs required, so it really would be difficult to identify a specific timeline based on work on both sides.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor De Bermejo, you're next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll maybe follow up on Councillor Karygiannis's line of questioning. What's at one level before us is an industry association basically saying we can do the same job as you, but we can do it cheaper. Isn't that what their certification program says?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't want to put words in their mouth, sir.
Is that your impression, then?
No, I don't, that's not my impression. I believe that they have a program that has value. They have a program that does not meet all of the standards that we have.
Okay, if I can jump in then. So if they're not doing what we're doing, then there would be no need, so we're not replicating their service, they're not replicating our service. We're doing different things perhaps.
There's certainly places where we intersect, and overall, the goals of both programs are to improve living standards. But ours is a regulatory responsibility on landlords. The CRB program is a voluntary participatory program.
Okay, great. And through you, Mr. Chair, I have apartment buildings in my ward that have lots of kids in them, and there's no playground equipment whatsoever on their grounds. Is a requirement of the licensing that apartment buildings provide facilities to tenants?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so we are not implementing a licensing regime. This is a regulatory bylaw. And no, we are not compelling the equipment or other common element or recreational equipment that buildings must provide. That is not contemplated here.
And why not?
Well, this is around the maintenance of living standards. It's around dealing with adherence to existing bylaws around property standards, grass and weeds, et cetera. There has in no way, shape, or form ever been a request that we compel apartment building operators to install playgrounds. That's a new one.
So if I want to do that, I do it here?
I would suggest that there'd be a lot of conversation that would need to happen before we could lawfully require someone to provide something that is not otherwise required in legislation. And do you want to?
Yeah, and I'll just jump in as well and recommend that that would be something that should be studied before implemented.
Okay, and again, through you, Mr. Chair, I have a lot of apartment buildings where people have a lot of dogs, and there's nowhere for their dogs to go outside at 11 o'clock at night and do their business. They end up doing it on the city sidewalk, on the city boulevard, in the local park. So does the licensing require buildings to provide amenities for dog owners so that they have a meet and greet area, as we call it, for dogs?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that's typically our public park system that facilitates that. But no, we are not in this context in the business of prescribing land use or other requirements of property in that respect. Not dissimilarly the issue we're having with all the condominiums in the city and lack of facilities for our four-legged citizens there too.
Just for clarity, Councillor, the zoning bylaw has requirements for open landscape requirements in buildings and to be maintained, so that area for perhaps dogs to go would be, the zoning bylaw would prescribe the amount of open landscape. Our property standards bylaw, though, does require the maintenance of the ground cover in those required open landscape areas.
And is it your opinion zoning requirements can be retroactive? I'm thinking of one building in particular that took out all their playground equipment, and staff told me, sorry, councillors, there's nothing we can do to make them have that facility there.
So just for clarity there.
If I wanted to zone it, could I go and require that building that was built in 1960 to put in some playground equipment?
The zoning bylaw will have not required playground equipment. I was referenced to the zoning bylaw has the requirement for open space. That would be soft landscape, hard landscape, grass versus asphalt or concrete, not playground equipment.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's a deputation by the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario, and they've got correspondence. Would you be comfortable if I moved a motion asking you to consider all the correspondence that was given to us today and report directly to council if necessary on any further amendments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we've tried to engage as many stakeholders and individuals along the way, and we've had a quick look at some of the correspondence, and we'll be happy to report back.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And I think that probably may have one or two questions. It's, the MRAP program has been extremely successful. And due to the existing property standards by law that we have, where inspectors have an opportunity to get access to the buildings, to do the inspections, re-inspections, audits, and the real enforcement. So how will the new bylaw apply to Chapter 629 of the Municipal Code under the property standards? Are we replacing that part of, or is an add-on to it?
To you, Mr. Chair, no, the property standards bylaw stands on its own. What you have before you is a new bylaw that imposes a number of responsibilities and accountabilities on owners and operators of buildings that are not otherwise captured in any of the other legislation that we have. So you'll see by the areas that we cover around notifications, communications, the having of plans, the certain criteria around how pests are managed, et cetera. These are all elements that do not exist in other bylaws. Our property standards bylaw and others, long grass and weeds, the rest, still stand and are applicable.
Great. And another question in terms of the self-regulating. I think there is a recommendation that's going to be tabled, and that has to do with your reporting back, perhaps on the third quarter of next year, on the certificate of rental building programs and its relationship to the new apartment bylaw. Do you think that would be feasible to bring back that report on the third quarter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can by the third quarter of next year, yes.
Thank you.
Or if we can.
At this point, I believe that we have 3,478 apartment buildings in the city with 352,447 units. Is that correct?
That sounds very accurate.
Is that including, thank you, is that including the Toronto community housing buildings and social housing projects and so on?
Yeah, so what we have is, and I'm sorry I couldn't hear completely all the numbers you said. We have the 3,478 buildings, yes, is inclusive of all. We have approximately 333 that are TCH, 202 that are other social housing providers. So the private landlord stock is around 2,943, and that's over 280,000 units.
Do you have the manpower to inspect, perhaps re-inspect, to audit, and this large number of units? And if so, when can we do this?
Sure. So to you, Mr. Chair, the first part of the program, once the bylaw is enacted, by the end of this year, we will have undertaken an assessment of every building, and we'll have a benchmark then of where our standards are. This report and through the deliberations at budget has actually increased the complement of the MRAP program as well. We feel confident and comfortable that we can accomplish what we have committed to doing with this enhanced complement.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. No further questions. Sorry, now we'll go to speakers, and the first speaker we have...
Mr. Chair, there's more questions.
No. The first speaker is Councillor Davis, followed by Councillor Madlo. Councillor Davis?
I'm just amending a motion that Councillor... I'll just speak to it anyway because it's not going to be placed.
If you're not ready, we can go to Councillor Madlo, if that's okay with you.
That's okay. All right, Councillor Matlow, go first. Go ahead.
Your preference.
So first of all, I want to thank this committee. Thank you, Chair, and this committee for your support for the initiative that we brought forward many months ago now. I want to thank the Tenant Issues Committee and staff, and I want to just name, along with Tracy, Mark, Amy, Vanessa, Joanna, who's not here right now, but she did a lot of work on this, and Corey from Legal. And I hope I'm not missing anybody else, but you know, we often see the results of a lot of work here, and our names are attached to this work. But so much of the substantive work that was done by these individuals who took a painstakingly difficult job and saw it through to fruition. I also want to thank ACORN and ACTO and FMTA and many other active tenants across the city who pushed so hard for so long to see these protections brought forward to City Hall. This is being done because there are too many renters in our city who right now lack the basic protection to ensure their quality of life. There are too many tenants who are embarrassed and feel shamed to invite family members or friends over to their apartments because of the state of disrepair, the just disgusting situation that they find themselves in, that no one in Toronto should be in. Not one of us would want to see our parents or our friends or our loved ones in these types of conditions. So we debate a lot of things at this place, but one thing that I am so clear about through this journey has been that this work is so deeply meaningful to people's lives, so substantive, so real, so genuine. This is about the difference between our family, friends, loved ones, and people who we've never met but should care about, who are living in conditions that none of us would want our families to be in, towards now being able to have the tools in our toolbox to be able to go and to enforce our basic laws, our basic expectations. Now, as we move forward, there are still some things that need to be worked on. We are going to be hearing more later this year about the rent-safe component of this, the color-coded grading system similar to DineSafe, that we hear from tenants actually validate the experience that they're already going through and put more pressure on bad landlords. It also helps prospective tenants understand what they're walking into before they sign their name on the dotted line and get stuck in a situation that they didn't want to be in. We're going to hear more about the conversation between FRPO and staff about where their existing self-prescribed regulations come in. This is in no way to suggest that they should override or compete with what our expectations are, but a reasonable conversation to see where we can learn from each other and find a way to sort of bring down the temperature and move forward in a way that actually supports tenants. But we will be vigilant when this comes back to Tenant Issues Committee to make sure that the rights of tenants are always first and foremost in our minds. And lastly, there are some other amendments that are being moved forward. I know Councillor Davis is working on, Councillor de Beermaker, Councillor Nunziata, along with the chair, that I believe contribute positively to a successful bylaw. This bylaw, we're not going to be, that's right, the letter that I put forward that I understand that the chair is taking care of, and I appreciate that, and I support it, obviously. This bylaw does not touch on things that we don't have the power to correct. The provincial government can only do that. For example, we need to fight to finally reform above the guideline rent increases. That even if you've got a so-called good landlord, as Mr. Plumidor talked about, one of the reasons they're so good is because the renters are actually paying for them being so good. We also need to finally get rid of this nonsense 1991 exemption that allows for buildings that were built after that year to be without guidelines altogether, no real rent control, which is unfair to tenants and breaks social cohesion in the city. But what we can do, we should do, and this tenant protection bylaw allows us to move forward with what we have within our purview, and I'm very proud of us collectively today that I see that we're moving forward with something that was controversial a moment ago, and now, wonderfully, we are all coming together on the same page to support 50% of Toronto's population and make a better city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlo. Councillor Davis, are you ready now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's ready.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm not actually placing it, but if you could put it on the screen. Councillor de Beermaker has agreed to do it. I've asked to include in the registration criteria information about security systems and services, and also whether or not a building is sub-metered and who the distribution company is who is sub-metering. I too won't go down the list, but reiterate the thanks to our staff in MLS, who I have to say have been doing an amazing volume and quality of work over the last year on many fronts. So thank you very much for your work. I have, as I'm sure others have struggled a bit to understand exactly what this is, because we asked originally for a licensing bylaw, and now what we've got a regulation that is a new bylaw, that a regulatory regime which is under a new bylaw under the City of Toronto Act. And it is essentially another tool that we are going to be able to use to lay on to the powers we have now under the property standards bylaw, which is governed under the authority of the building code. So we've got a sort of parallel or layered regulatory regimes now that give us more power and more tools. And I think that's what the tenants across the city were asking for. Can't the city do more? And so this will allow the city to do more, to introduce new fines. So there will be new fines. We're going to be establishing new fines for continuing fines, escalating fines, special fines. We are going to be looking at issuing tickets in a much more aggressive way. And I'm hopeful that with the new enforcement mechanisms and the penalties, that our landlords may sit up and take action. What is before us is also a registry of information, and I think the consumer protection part of this bylaw is also very important. So tenants who are prospective renters or tenants who are currently in buildings have a right to know more. They have a right to know who is their landlord. What is that numbered company? Who actually owns that numbered company? I think that it's very important that we have that level of transparency. I think they have a right to know what are the capital plans for this building. We do that and expect that of condominiums, and we should be expecting that of our apartment landlords and owners. We're going to expect them to have a pest reduction plan, waste management plans. We are going to expect to have cleaning plans, and those plans will be posted so that you know exactly how often your building should be vacuumed and cleaned. And those are the kinds of things that tenants want to know. We are going to have a new system, once we get the new technology, and I'm not sure when, that will improve the online transparency of the information that we will gather on the registry. The other thing, there are pieces that are yet to come, and I am looking forward as well for those pieces that we asked for, which is, when will we use remedial action? At what point do you say, sorry, this is not good enough? They have appealed, they have fought, they have ignored, they have been completely recalcitrant and recidivist in the way that they have managed their buildings. And that we should say, enough's enough, we're fixing it, you're paying. So there will be a set of guidelines, I hope, early in or towards the end of this year, that will give some guidance to when we will use remedial action and what that process will look like. And I do think that the other part of it is the part where we actually are clear about issuing notices and providing copies of it to tenants. I heard today we will be providing copies of orders to tenants, and we will be providing notice when a landlord appeals to the Property Standards Committee. So they're all very good improvements, and this is something we'll work with and strengthen it if we need to as we go along. And I look forward to working with all of you who care deeply about the quality of housing and the right to every Torontonian to have a decent place to live for the money that they pay every single month. And that's what this is about.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Next speaker will bring it into committee, Councillor Sierra.
Yes, thank you. So Before I speak, I'm moving a motion. That the Executive Director of Municipal Standards and Licensing report to the Licensing and Standards Committee on June 14, 2017 on the visibility and implications of excluding housing cooperative buildings that are not for profit from the provisions of the bylaw. So I'm moving that because I've been speaking to some people, and also I have a number of co-op buildings in my ward. I'm sure Councillor Davis, you do as well, and that are federally funded and that are not for profit. And so I'm asking for the Executive Director to report back on that, and I did speak to her, and she's fine with the motion. So I want to thank staff who are finally here. It's taken us a few years since the first time we've asked for this, quite a few years, when we originally put that motion through council. And I do support what we have before us and the recommendations, and I will be supporting that motion, Councillor Davis, that you put up for Councillor de Bearmaker, that's moving on your behalf as far as the security. That's a very important issue in our buildings as well. It's unfortunate, and when we were asking questions to staff about the fines, it's unfortunate, though, that we don't have the authority just to implement these fines, that we have to go through the court system. And as you know, what happens is when it goes through the court system, a lot of them have appealed and delays, and sometimes it takes months and even years before you even get that the landlord actually pays the fine, or if there is a fine. And so, which is very frustrating, because that continues, and that same landlord will continue not complying to any of the orders that the city gives them, because they know that there's a process, and they can just delay the process as long as they can. In my opinion, in order to be proactive, it's important that these fines are increased. I've always supported increase in fines, especially with these problem establishments, and I've spoken to the Executive Director about it for a number of years now. That unless there's a huge fine, that you find some of these problem establishments and landlords, that it doesn't get corrected, and it continues and continues and continues. And unless they have to pay the fine, and I'm not talking months later or years later, they will not clean up. And they will continue to be the slum landlords that we have throughout the city. And it's just going on and on and on. You can never, and in my opinion, it's so difficult to control. And some people, they act only if they have to pay a huge fine. And so I was hoping that we can do that, in a more proactive way than having to go through the process. But unfortunately, we have to go through it, right? We don't have, we're only the city, right? We need the province. We need the province to approve everything we do, right? Well, if you get a speeding ticket, you pay it right away, right? You get demerit points. You lose your license. Well, and as far as the deputation by the Federation of Rental Housing, that when we asked the question, and they said that they do have some buildings in the city that they do. That they offer that program. I'm very curious to find out which buildings, and if they are in fact the buildings that we are in fact having problems with. And they're charging, and I asked a question about how much they do charge, and it's $7 per unit. So really, they're here because if these landlords are paying the city $10.60 per unit, why would they pay $7 to another organization? So it's profit for them. So that's why they're concerned, and they don't support the bylaw. So I'm hoping that that you would support my motion as far as. Is there something else going on there?
Thank you. Your time is
No,
up.
I'm not finished. It's just that, there was this huge conversation going on here.
Thank you, Councilor Luciana.
and it's hard to concentrate.
Thank you. Do you want to, wrap up? Thank you, Councilor. Okay, now we have 10 more minutes, and we have more speakers. Now, I'm going to ask members of the committee, is your will to extend the meeting until we finish, or shall we break at 12:30? To extend, I have a motion to extend, to extend the agenda, the whole agenda. We have, all those in favor? I have a point of order, yes.
Chair, there's some of us that have strict dietary needs because of medical conditions that we would like to break at this point. If you're diabetic, you'd need to get something in your system.
Well, you sit through council.
Okay, no further discussion, so we have.
On a point of personal privilege, Chair, I think that's very disrespectful from Councillor Burnside.
It's Councilor Karygiannis. Your points were taken. We'll recess at 12:30. Okay, to 1:30. To 1:30, 1 hour. So the next speaker that we have is Councilor Glenn de Veramaker. Are you still willing to have that? Okay, to reduce the timing to half an hour? Half hour? Councilor Karygiannis? Half an hour? Okay. So the motion is not to extend, so we'll break at 12:30 and then we'll come back after lunch in half an hour. So that will be at 1 o'clock. Yeah. So we'll come back at, okay, the next speaker is, okay. We'll break at 12:30 and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. So we're going to break only for half an hour. So is those in favor? Against? Carries. Thank you. So we still have 5 more minutes. Councilor de Veramaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move Councillor Davis's motion about the security features. One motion asking staff to consider the comments and correspondence that we've received today and report to council if necessary. If staff think it's not necessary, then we don't need an extra report. But if they say, there's on page 14, somebody made a good recommendation, and we're going to add that clause, then I think it needs a report. I'm going to move a motion asking the staff to report back on the feasibility of including provision of children's playgrounds and dog meet and greet areas as part of our licensing process. And that may not be possible. Staff may come back and say this is not the correct arena. It might be in the planning committee that it needs to be done. But I think we need to start this examination somewhere, because we have, I have buildings in my ward that have dozens and dozens and dozens of kids inside of them with not a teeter-totter, not a swing, not a monkey bar. And I think my last motion, Mr. Chair,
Councilor Luciana, Councilor Davis, if you are, I can hardly hear, and as a courtesy, Councilor Davis, please. I'm sorry, Councilor de Veramaker, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Too much noise going on.
Sorry, and my last motion is that we direct $60,000 of our $100,000 for tenant engagement. That goes towards door-to-door engagement regarding tenant rights and responsibilities, and advice on how tenants can participate in Toronto's new bylaw with some other qualifications as staff can maybe put it up. So, Mr. Chair, just to speak to this item in general, we have a poverty reduction strategy in the City of Toronto that helps in a wide range of ways to make sure that the people in our city who live in poverty have their standard of living increased, have their quality of life increased. And I actually think this program that we're doing should be included as part of that poverty reduction strategy, because most people in my ward who live in apartment buildings aren't the richest people in my ward. There may be some, but in general, the apartment buildings at the end of my street, the people living in them tend to be people with lower wage jobs. That can't afford to live on my street just around the corner. They live in apartment buildings because they don't have a choice. They're renting, not because they want to rent, but because that's what they can afford. So I think the city assisting everybody and making sure the property standards of those buildings are in a livable condition, I think is a very important thing. I think the discussion about the fact that we may have 10% of the population of apartment owners being good landlords and good owners and good investors is a worthwhile discussion to have. We'll have to see what those results are, but of course, when we're at the licensing committee, we never see the bad dog owners, the bad landlords, the bad body rub parlors, whatever the subject may be. We usually have the people in the industry, actually the moving company, the bad movers. We don't get the bad apples come in and depute to us. We get the people who maybe do go beyond and above our recommendations. So it'll be an interesting discussion to have. I think it's a worthwhile discussion, but I think we have to make sure that all owners of all buildings are providing decent living conditions for the people who live within them. It's really not too much to ask. Owning a building is a good long-term investment. People make a profit by it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But certainly in exchange for you making a fair rate of return on your investment, you've got to make sure that the family living in those apartment buildings have a plain and simple, decent standard of living. So with that, Mr. Chair, this is not, I mean, Howard Moscow has not shown up to this round of deputations, but certainly Howard Moscow and I and many others for many years wanted landlord licensing. We haven't got landlord licensing, but we've got something that I think is very good, recognizes the good landlords, it focuses on going after the bad ones. So I think this is a very significant step forward. Glad to see that we're implementing it the way we are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On that note, thank you so much. We'll adjourn and we'll recess until 1 o'clock. Members of the License Standards Committee, please come to committee room number 1 as we need a quorum. Members of the Licensing and Standards Committee, please come to committee room number 1. We need you. Thank you. We have quorum. We're going to start, resume the meeting, and speaker, please. And the next speaker is Councilor Di Giorgio. Councilor Di Giorgio, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm probably in the minority here. Not that I don't agree with what we're trying to do. I think the improvements are always welcome. We are sort of leaving a complaint-based system and going to a proactive system that obviously will take greater manpower and will probably cost a lot more. And at the end of the day, somebody has to shoulder those costs. And I suspect that, you know, when we increase fines and we do all sorts of wonderful things, that the tenants will actually end up absorbing the increased costs. I can't see any other way. I don't see any magical solutions here. We all are aware of the problem. The problem is there's a number of buildings where the quality of life for the tenants is just unacceptable. Unacceptable because the landlords don't find it advantageous for them to do all the necessary repair work that needs to be done. It just isn't economically viable for them. It doesn't matter how you paint the picture. The reality is people will not invest money if they are not able to get their money back or if they're not able to get a return on their money. So those landlords that we all don't like, and we end up looking for ways to introduce bigger fines, which they will not pay anyway. They'll allow you to put it on their property taxes. It doesn't matter. And in the end, they'll say to the city, you know what? If you think it's so easy to run this building with the rents that I'm collecting, here are the keys. Take it over. You run it. Make it a part of your TCHC buildings, which is probably the long-term scenario and what will ultimately happen. You can't get blood from a stone. That's the way it is. I mean, I know that, Janet, you shake your head. Listen, I'm being a realist. I'm being very, very pragmatic. I'm saying, have you ever looked at when people build and they ignore the work orders, stop work orders? They ignore them. Why do they ignore them? Doesn't matter how much you fine them. They just continue on working. Why? Because it's economically viable for them to ignore those work orders, complete their work. It's just better for them to do that. In other words, violate the existing fine system. And that's exactly what happens with these landlords that are running these buildings in a very, let's say, unresponsible way. They know that the fine system is not there to discourage them from doing what the heck they're doing. And I agree with Councillor Nunziata, we've got to increase the fines, but it isn't in our powers to increase the fines. The province has all the latitude in the world to make life miserable for these landlords, but they don't. They will not increase the fines because they know that at the end of the day, we end up taking over the keys and running those buildings, or the province ends up taking over the keys. So what am I really saying here? What I'm saying is that we all know we should focus our attention on those buildings where the living standards are relatively low. That's what we should be focusing our attention on. Only those buildings. You know what? I know we've tried to do that in the past, to paint a picture that says, you know, if we look at all the buildings, we're going to end up being more successful in getting people to comply. Well, you're never going to be more successful in getting people at the bottom end, i.e. the slum landlords, to comply more than they have up to this point by focusing some of your attention on other buildings. You're never going to go after them. You're never going to get them to comply. And so it's a very illusionary sort of solution that we're putting in place. That being said, I'm all for trying to provide some improvements. But you know what? Improvements come at a cost, and somebody has to absorb that cost. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Giorgio. Any other speakers? If not, and then I'll take the floor. On this one, Councillor Musiera, I'm running the meeting, thank you. He's not here at the moment, and he indicated that he doesn't want to speak. So I'm speaking on this one, and I have a few motions that I'd like to move. And I'm going to take carriage of Councillor Malo's recommendation. That's the first one. In essence, the first recommendation that's recommendation number 26, that it says City Council direct that no person may rent a unit to a new tenant if there is a confirmed property standards order, and it has to do with vital service in terms of fuel, electricity, gas, heat, or hot or cold water in the building. The second recommendation, it states that City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to review and report back in Q3 2018 on the Certified Rental Building Program and its relationship to the new apartment bylaw, which I fully support. The next motion is a technical amendment to recommendation number 1 that was brought to my attention by city staff. So I'm moving that recommendation as well. And the next two recommendations is some changes to recommendation number 4 and recommendation number 25. Both of these minor changes come from the Toronto Community Housing staff, and I have checked with city staff as well, so I think that we all are okay with that. So those are the recommendations that I'm moving. First and foremost, I want to thank city staff and for an amazing job that they have done. Literally speaking, that there is a tremendous amount of work that very often we don't acknowledge how much effort and commitment that city staff has to put into it to bring good recommendations forward that could be implemented. So my hats off to city staff. Thank you for the good work. As well as I want to thank Councillor Malo and Councillor Davids for being very passionate about this item, and as well as to all the deputants who appeared and spoke to this item. So personally, I think this is something that's long overdue. The new proposed bylaw, it will create a win-win for not only for tenants, but for landlords as well. So far, with the MRB, the program has been so successful. And the reason, sometimes I ask myself, why? And that's because our city inspectors, they've been able to do the auditings, inspect the places, re-inspect them, and do the audits that are needed. Very often they have to take remedial work, legal action, and the good thing is that most of the landlords and the property owners are responsible landlords, and they do carry the work that's asked from them, and they do comply. So from that perspective, a tremendous amount of good work has been done by our city staff, and which benefits the tenants. Unfortunately, and we all know this, I think that we have is the other component, the other side of the coin, is the bad landlords. Very often who are getting away with murder and by hiding behind number companies. And I'm talking about Ontario number companies or obscure ownerships. That has been a tremendous challenge for years and for years. To have a good understanding, actually, I would like to share with you briefly something that is happening in my own area. And this classical example that turned an entire neighborhood upside down, and that was in the very southwest corner of Ward 17, and that was in the late 90s. And that was within a 2-block radius. We ended up with 31 crack houses, 31 crack houses that were popping up from one day to the next. And literally speaking, in less than 2 months, we have a tremendous amount of illegal activity. And most of these low high-rises and houses, they have multiple dwelling units. The challenge was overall that nobody knew who the owners were. And that was what happened is that there was a very sophisticated network of ownership that I never seen it ever before. And through extensive research, we found that the ownership, for example, was under an Ontario number company, and then try to figure out who the principals of that number company were. There were other Ontario number companies. So they had 2 or 3 levels of that sense of obscurity without any names, phone numbers, or anything that we could just get in touch with them. They were very smart, though. When it came to utility bills, property taxes, all of that was paid on time, so they were never detected, and they were okay thus far. So that, in the meantime, of course, tenants and the neighboring community, they were going through hell. Can you imagine with the 31 crack houses in a neighborhood? That was bad, and without knowing who the owners were, that was bad. So the amount of drugs and prostitution, and very often we had our inspectors and they issue hundreds of orders of compliance to no avail. So there was a problem. So just to finalize that point, as a chair of the Police Community Partnership, we had to really put a lot of pressure on the Canadian Revenue Agency, and through them, they went up, they found who they were, and they got them for tax evasion. That was the only way for us to clean up that neighborhood. So I have as a landlord myself, but a good landlord, I have a great understanding of how the system works and what needs to be done to distinguish yourself from the good and the bad, and then you can compare apples to apples. So this bylaw, I think that deals with something that's essential, long overdue, in terms of creating the real means and tools for tenant communication, pest management, cleaning, preventive maintenance, and capital planning. So I'm just a little bit over my 5 minutes. Having said that, I have a set of recommendations there, and I hope that you will support them as well. So my compliments to city staff, to all the deputants, and I think this is good news for the City of Toronto overall. Thank you. Question to the mover? Yeah. Councilor Ciara.
Okay, just on that one motion.
Which one?
The one with the units, the number of units? Forget what motion that was, because you put a number of them on the screen.
I have 5
One about,
motions. And actually, with
the one
Councilor Manos,
about your
7.
deleting and your amending from 10, I think you said 10 to 3 or something?
Okay, the first recommendation was from Councillor Madlo.
No, it's
taking
not
care
that
of
one.
The next one is recommendation number one, that one?
Yeah, that one. Okay.
No, that's a technical recommendation from city staff.
Yeah.
I've been asked by city staff to bring this forward, and actually I will ask city staff to make a comment on that one. This on behalf of city staff.
Yeah, so I don't understand that one. So it's 10 now, and it's 3 now, and you want to do it?
No,
Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, to
Sorry.
you, Mr. Chair, it is exactly what we have proposed. It is exactly what was presented in the report. This is simply to satisfy clerks and legal. For clarity, it's a technical amendment on recommendation 1. It does not substantively change what we're doing. It doesn't change a thing. The program is always applied to buildings that are 3 stories or more, 10 units or more. So this is just a wording exercise to provide clarity for bylaw drafting.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought maybe you were changing something.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you.
I'll have a question of the mover, but I maybe just on a point of order, Mr. Chair. I thought normally the clerk's office for us, when we make an amendment, it sort of says add this word or subtract the word so we can see the motions before and after. Because is that motion a motion that's unamended? I thought that it said amend.
Is to replace recommendation number 1 with a motion that I moved.
Right, I thought the clerks would usually say recommendation 1 is this, and you replace it with this, so that we can compare apples to apples, if you will. Right now, we just have half an apple.
Yeah, we can make that minor.
It's maybe a procedural hair splitting, but.
To replace recommendation number 1 with this one, yes, so.
Yeah.
That's why I asked the question.
Just so it's standalone and we can see it.
No,
'cause
that's right.
confusion.
Yeah,
Okay.
the last sentence under the recommendation 1 is replaced.
Is, I'm not blaming anyone, but thank you for.
And through Mr. Chair, I do have a question. I think it was on the motion you're moving on behalf of Councillor Matlow.
Yep.
If we could have it on the screen. I think you asked for a report back. Would it be a friendly amendment if we just add report back through the tenant subcommittee?
Tenant issues, and that's.
Back in Q3 20.
And then it will come back to this committee as well.
tenant-
Yeah. Usually, that's what happens.
Can we just put it in there just as to make sure it's
Yeah, I'm okay with
obvious to everybody? So there's that.
So that's a recommendation number.
After the words Q3 2018 through the report.
So
back.
that's on
Through the
recommendation number 2 after Q3 2018, and that's where we have to insert
through the
friendly amendment from.
Okay, thank you.
The Vermaker. Great. Any other questions? If not, we have a few motions here. Can we just vote them as a package? I'm asking the members of the committee. I'm okay with all of them are good. Yeah.
Mistaken, it's only up to the members of the committee to decide.
Absolutely, yes.
So visiting councillors, although we appreciate their comments, they don't have a play in this.
Thank you, Vice Chair, but as a courtesy to Councillor Davis, I think that just to simplify the whole thing, we have good motions overall. And I'm going to take them as a package unless there is an objection from the committee members. If not, okay, so we have all these motions, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Burnside, De Vermaker, Vice Chair Carijanes, Palacio, Di Giorgio, and Nunciara. Unanimous. Thank you. Now, on the recommendations as amended, all those in favor? On the recommendations as amended, once again, members of the committee, Councillor Burnside, we are voting now on the recommendations as amended. All those in favor? Councillor Burnside, De Vermaker, Carijanes, Palacio, Di Giorgio, and Nunciara. Great, thank you, unanimous as well. Now we have another item that has to be introduced, and that's to be part of the agenda, and this is a walk-on item from Councillor Carijanes. Just members of the committee, before we vote on this one, I just wanted to make a small comment, and this is a very friendly comment. You may recall on January 13 of this year, when this committee approved the working plan, we had 239 directives, pending directives, that we had to deal with. Directives that came through City Council via notice of motion, through other standing committees of council, through the executive, or from this committee as well in terms of recommendations and reports. So we have to be cognizant that there is a tremendous amount of work and the backlog is huge. So we have 239 reports. Now, what city staff has proposed is to group them together and to bring 21 projects within the next, hopefully by the end of the term, that will deal with all those directives. So any recommendation that comes to this committee, at whatever point, trying to prioritize that and to say, you know what, we are going to skip, never mind whatever has been decided, and I want my item. We all want our items to come forward. So I think that I just wanted to make that comment, and let's be realistic, and there is a lot of work to be done, and this has to be done. Having said that, I would like to move that this item from Councilor Karygiannis be added to the agenda. All those in favor? Now, here we have this item, and in terms of the disposition, I believe that I would like to refer this to city staff and for them to come back with the appropriate report. Is all those in favor to adopt that recommendation? Against? Carry. So this item is taken care of. And the next item, number 2, was held by Councilor Nunziata. Let me see. And that's the enforcement of the Ontario Municipal Board decisions and orders. And okay, Councilor Nunziata, you held the item.
Yes, this is a request that I had actually brought forward when I was on licensing previously. So if I can just ask Mark just to comment on your report, and then I'll speak.
Through the chair to Councillor Nunziata, this report, as was pointed out, was a request on advising on how we can enforce OMB decisions. So staff reviewed our processes in place and understanding that there's 3 divisions that are affected by OMB decisions mainly. That's city planning, Toronto building, and municipal licensing and standards. So when it comes to the approval of development proposals, that's both city planning and Toronto building have that jurisdiction responsibility. When the project is being built, Toronto building would be the authority having jurisdiction to ensure what gets built is what was in accordance with the OMB decision or the approved permit documents. And then ultimately, when it comes to maintaining any ongoing obligations through an OMB decision that has a condition such as maintain a fence, a hedge, or some other feature within a development, then that would be through municipal licensing and standards. So this report identifies that scope of authority and jurisdiction for enforcement, as well as it also identified that we did have a gap that since 2013, OMB order decisions are being electronically placed in our database, but our officers do not have the sufficient training or knowledge of always being able to locate and find those OMB decisions and the associated conditions. So going forward, we'll be providing better training to our officers on that, as well as looking to make enhancements to the way we identify where there's an OMB decision on a property. So again, it's more clear, more transparent to our officers.
Thank you. Any other questions to staff? If not, speakers? Councilor Nunziata.
Yes, so I have a motion that I want to move, that the City Council direct that the Ward Councillor be advised upon the fulfillment of any condition imposed by the Ontario Municipal Board as part of a development or minor variance application decision. And the reason I'm moving that is, and the reason I had originally asked for the report is that, and I'm sure that members of council have had their own experiences in their ward, but when an application either goes through a rezoning or it goes to the Committee of Adjustment, and the Committee of Adjustment imposes conditions on approval, that what has happened in the past, and I'm reassured by staff that that's not happening now, but what's happened in the past, that these conditions are not met. And just talk about a personal experience I've had in my ward, where 20 years ago, this apartment building came to the city and went to the Committee of Adjustment to add an additional units on the main floor. And the residents at that time were opposed to it. We went to the Ontario Municipal Board. The Ontario Municipal Board approved it to add the additional units, but conditions. And one of the conditions, and the main condition, was that under waste management, that they had to, because that was a concern, because that's where their waste was being stored, was on the main floor, that they provide an enclosed area and relocate their waste, their bins. 20 years later, those conditions were never met. And we have residents in my ward that have been complaining about it. And these were very strict conditions that was imposed by the Ontario Municipal Board. So, in a matter of fact, that nobody tracked the conditions, that they were granted these additional units with conditions and nobody tracked it. And here we are now dealing through MLS on enforcing it, which is very difficult because it's been 20 years. And so what I'm asking is that in the future, that any conditions that are imposed at the Ontario Municipal Board, that at least the local councillor be advised that the conditions have in fact been met once they've had their approval, and that, so it's being tracked. Because what's happening is that nobody's tracking it, and it's just, it's not being complied. And so, which is really frustrating for the community, because they do attend these meetings, and some of them even attend the Ontario Municipal Board and ensure that these conditions are part of the decision-making, and then the city isn't enforcing it. So that's the reason why I've asked for this report, and that's the reason I've asked for this motion, because at this time, we've heard from staff, now they have a better process in play than we had 20 years ago, so we're able to track all these. But, it's very frustrating for the community when this happens, and there's absolutely nothing we can do because the landlord has the additional units, and none of the conditions were met. And it's a real nightmare in my ward, dealing with this one apartment building that was granted that approval.
Councilor Nunziata, is I'm wondering that, especially from our legal staff, if you can comment on this recommendation in terms of tracking down, following up to ensure that it's done. Do we have the capabilities within our computerized system to do it?
Councillor, I wouldn't be able to comment on whether the systems can meet it. I can note that the decisions of the Ontario Municipal Board are public decisions. There isn't a single database from the OMB listing all of the decisions and cases. If that's where you're going with the question, there's no comprehensive database of OMB decisions.
So that's going to be kind of challenging, Councillor Nunziata. I agree with you. So that's in a way of questioning your recommendation. There is, I think, probably city staff will have to look into it.
Tracy, you're aware of what I'm referring to, 29 Church.
You might just to comment.
Yeah.
So to you, Mr. Chair, I think we'd have to look at what's being sought. Certainly where there's issues, where there's contraventions of OMB decisions or C of A variances, we can respond on the enforcement side better now than we could in the past because we didn't have that access, as Mark made reference. What you're looking for here is a notification upon fulfillment. I'm not sure how that would be accomplished outside of if there was a complaint investigated. So, yeah, so we can take this away and have a look if there's a way to include you in the loop when we're investigating complaints, but as well, Councillor Palazzio's questions around the technology, you know, it would still involve a personal intervention to review the site and ostensibly police the completion of OMBs. It's something we can look at, but I don't think it would be that straightforward just the way it is.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess,
So I think
Yeah, I was
everybody
gonna say a
knows what I'm
friendly-
trying to do, right?
yeah, I think as a, would you consider it, Councillor Nunziata, a friendly amendment to ask staff to report back on the feasibility of this?
Yep.
Because I support what the councillor's saying, and as a quick example in my ward, the city had collected $5 million of Section 37 money and never reported it to the local councillor, Brad Duguid, or myself. So all of a sudden, when people complained, I found out that these conditions were in fact met, but never told to the local councillor. So it may not be through the licensing committee, it may be the planning committee, but now we have a reporting system for all Section 37 money in your ward and my ward. And maybe this is something we could add on to that, but maybe let our staff look at it, and they might say to us in the end, you know what, we have to refer this to the planning committee, but there's got to be a way that local councillors
Yeah.
can be informed.
And it's not just like municipal licensing, it's every department. Like this one was waste. So, you know, and it could be building, it could be any, you're right, Section 37, and we're not notified, right?
No.
We're never,
Councillor
I think there's a way to do it.
It's
You just
okay,
let
we're not
staff-
getting into a conversation back and forth, but are you okay with the friendly
yeah,
amendment?
no, I'm fine with it. I
Okay.
just think
We
it's
have a friendly amendment from Councillor De Vermaker that for city staff to report back on the feasibility of. So if we can just make that change there, do we have that change already? Okay, just 1 second.
Adopt as amended, eh?
Yep.
I think part of our role as councillors is to make, like, you know, we keep track of our own wards. So sometimes, you know, our planning staff and even inspectors come and go, councillors come and go, but some of us, like yourself, if you've been here for quite a while, will say, you know what, I remember there's a condition to be met, and it's 5 years later, or 3 years later. So I think it has merit. It's the mechanism.
Yeah, it's just the process, and it's not just us. Yeah,
Okay, is it ready?
I don't know any of those.
Okay, so here we have the motion as amended. Okay, there we have, okay, all those in favor on the motion as amended? On the report as amended, all those in favor? Against? Great.
Just a minute, sorry.
The recommendation in the staff report was to receive, so you can't receive and take an action, so just adopt that motion and you're fine.
The recommendation is to adopt the staff's recommendations, and that's the disposition of the item.
Undertake necessary work. This was not a receive. It's a recommendation for us to undertake the necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's,
Adopt as amended.
so once again, to adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councilor Nunziata, all those in favor? Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.